of Council in the Council Chamber at Castle Hill, Winchester, and welcome especially to members of the public who have submitted questions for Council. But the first item of business this evening are the minutes of the previous meeting of Council. And members, the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council held on the 17th of January 2024, which are set out on pages 9 to 14 of your agenda pack. May I ask, are those agreed as a correct record? Councillor Horrell.
Madam Mayor, thank you. If you recall, I asked you about the minutes at the last council meeting when the technology failed us. And you looked to an officer who was holding a pen at the time, and there was a reassuring nod between us. And because of that technology that defeated us on the day, we are without certain records of that meeting. I wanted to clarify tonight, Madam Mayor, if you would, what actions do we have in place to ensure a full view of the meeting tonight, should technology fail us again, especially as I've noted that our written minutes do not record all questions asked and all answers given in Council. And I'm sure you would agree transparency is a key objective of this meeting. I'm looking for reassurance from you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. I will just check, but you're quite right. I hope nothing will fail us this evening. But can we assure Councillor Horrell and all councillors present that everything will be recorded properly? May I?
Madam Mayor, can I assist? Certainly, members. The minutes that are before you are the minutes of the meeting. The recording is a bonus. That allows you to review it. But the official minutes of the meeting are as shown on the order paper this evening. I am very happy to stand to be corrected, but the questions and answers that were always previously published were an addendum to the minutes. They were not presented as a minute that the Council then considered at the next item. And I believe, David, they have been produced for this meeting, yes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Indeed, yes, the responses to all the questions have been published on the website. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We don't record the supplementaries, Councillor. I just heard you mention that. We've never recorded the supplementaries in the written answers. So there is no change to the usual procedure there. But we have colleagues from the County Council here, and I can assure you that Mr Blakemore has been working with the team extensively this week and has basically been up here today. And fortunately, there's been a dry run of the County Council this morning to check that all the tech was working. And I know there are other colleagues from the County Council in another room in case fate should play a poor hand to us again this evening. So as much as we are in the lap of the tech gods, we're hopeful that all is well this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Exec, and thank you, David, and all you lovely people with the technical side. I think we have had a clarification on that, but thank you, Councillor Horrell. Next item on the agenda is disclosures of interest. Are there any, please, regarding the business before us this evening? Thank you. I'll start with Councillor Becker. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a personal pecuniary interest in item 5, so as I have done for Cabinet and Cabcom housing, I will leave the room while that matter is discussed.
Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a personal but non-prejudicial interest because I'm also a county councillor, and some of the subjects that might come up may have be affected by the county council. Thank you.
Councillor Todd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also declare a personal but non-pecuniary interest as a county councillor.
Councillor Warwick.
Yes, and the same declaration for me, Madam Mayor, as a county councillor, personal but non-prejudicial member of the county council. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not a county councillor. I'm proud to be a city councillor, and I've got to declare that I'm a council tenant for item, particularly number 5, when the housing revenue account is discussed, and on the other relevant papers, financial papers, at odd times when the HRA is mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Horrell, did I see you stand?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to declare a personal interest as it relates to the HRA. My husband is a member of the Trinity Board, and therefore I don't believe that it's prejudicial, but I wanted to make you aware. Thank you.
Many thanks. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to declare a similar interest. My husband is also a member of the Trinity Board.
Appreciated. Thank you all. So the next agenda item is some announcements from me. Members, 3rd of March is the annual Pie and Mash luncheon at Abbey House in aid of my charities, and if you wish to go, there are still a few more seats. Please contact me for more details. And the closing date for nominations for the annual Mayor of Winchester's Community Awards has now closed, but a reminder that those nominated will receive their invitation to the awards ceremony event on Thursday, the 7th of March in the Bapsey Hall, Winchester. But if you need further details, please contact my secretary. I have quite a few events coming up. On the 17th of March, I'm hosting an afternoon tea at Abbey House for the Winchester Radio volunteers. On the 20th of March, I am attending the Hampshire County Federation of Women's Institutes annual general meeting at Winchester. On the 22nd of March, I am attending the valedictory in honour of Her Honour Judge Jane Miller, KC, at Winchester Combined Court. And on the 21st of April, I will be attending the Scouts St George's Day. 26th of April, I will then be present at the Hampshire County Chairman's annual concert. But there is one very important event that I would like to mention this evening. It is Councillor Stephen Godfrey's birthday. And I have been advised that the drinks are on him after council, no matter what time we finish. Oh yes, one is till 3 in the morning. I found that out for you. So happy birthday. And Mr. Macebearer, thank you so much for accompanying me this evening. A pleasure as always. Thank you. Right, Leader. Do you have any announcements, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Because we have a full agenda for this evening, I will pass on the opportunity to make any announcements this evening.
Thank you so much. Chief Exec, may I ask you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've received apologies this evening from a number of members, from Councillor Small, Councillor Greenberg, Councillor Kern and Councillor Wise. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. The next agenda item is item 4, questions from members of the public. And a very warm welcome once again to members of the public who are here this evening and who have submitted questions for council to answer. I understand we have 2 questions for this evening's meeting, and the questions received have been published on the council's website. So please may I now call upon David Colleen. Welcome. Would you mind addressing the meeting using the microphone? And a reminder that following the response from the Cabinet member, you may also ask a supplementary question which must arise directly out of the original question or the reply. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Michael Gove recently announced that building homes on brownfield land will be turbocharged under a major shake-up to planning rules to boost house building while protecting greenfield land. Winchester and all nearby councils will be told that they will need to prioritise brownfield developments. The bar for refusing brownfield plans will be made much higher for those city councils who are failing to hit their locally agreed house building targets. Nearby planning authorities such as Southampton will be made to follow a brownfield presumption if building drops below expected levels. This will make it easier to get permission to build on previously developed brownfield sites, helping more young families to find a home. Where there is the highest demand and existing infrastructure to support new development, this focus on brownfield land and urban development is part of the government's plan to take a common sense approach to delivering the housing that is needed, protecting the countryside and local food production. Is it too late for this announcement to be integrated into the emerging local plan? And will this mean that Winchester will no longer need to plan to take the push housing allocation?
Thank you, Mr. Killeen. Cabinet Member, thank you.
Thank you. It's me again. Thought I'd got out of it last time. So thank you very much for your question, Councillor Killeen. The overall principle of brownfield first is already deeply embedded in our draft local plan. The forward states, this local plan takes the approach of brownfield first, both in prioritising the use of previously developed land over greenfields, but also in the phasing of development. And this is carried through into draft policy D6, which is brownfield development and making the best use of our land. That said, the national picture continues to evolve, and Secretary of State, Mr. Gove, launched a consultation on new policies relating to the use of brownfield land, or previously developed land, on February the 13th, which does change the national context, and as you say, we'll be seeking to respond to that. In his proposals, he outlines two policies, and it's very different for the policies that relate to districts such as ours and the Southampton, the large cities. And it's split into two halves. So in his proposals, he outlines two policies. The specific proposal that applies to Winchester and other districts would expect us to give significant weight to the benefits of delivering as many homes as possible, and to be flexible in applying policies or guidance on the internal layout of developments, especially for proposals on brownfield land. In essence, cram more houses and flats onto brownfield land. It's unclear whether it risks also putting limits on the amount of public realm and connectivity that we require. And actually, we will make that response in that consultation. A second policy that only applies to major cities such as Southampton would be the application of the presumption in favour of sustainable development in respect of previously developed land, where their housing delivery test score falls to 95% or below. Incidentally, ours is much higher. This applies only to Southampton and does not apply to any of the districts. At the current time, Southampton has not made any formal request of us through the duty to cooperate. And importantly, this wouldn't affect any requests from any other districts to whom this rule does not apply. It's also important to state that these new policies are only at the consultation. And based on previous experience with government, it's quite possible they will run out of time to assess the results of their consultation and put their new policy into effect before any general election. As you know, many of the consultations have taken up to 2 years. We're only able to reflect formally adopted planning policy in our local plan. So as far as the Partnership for South Hampshire is concerned, and that was the second part of your question, there's also no such thing as a push housing allocation to Winchester. The latest Statement of Common Ground already assumes that any shortfall relating to Southampton's 35% uplift shouldn't spill out into the neighbouring areas. We and other authorities wrote to the Department of Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, asking that the policy be put in place nationally to support this. The Council's work with the Partnership for South Hampshire has also worked on the assumption that the housing needs of South Hampshire will be met in South Hampshire, and the policy announced at last full council on the broad areas of search for growth, which I'm sure that you heard at the time, in South Hampshire area, works on this basis too. The introduction of a new brownfield first policy for Southampton is unlikely to change that. So, the work in South Hampshire doesn't remove our ability to comment on neighbouring authorities' plans if we think their assumptions or allocations are unreasonable, if they haven't fully reflected national planning policy, and as it's their case for us to take housing does not stand up to scrutiny.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Mr. Killeen, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Thank you. Yes, following on from that, it relates to Winchester District's own existing register of sites. I believe it's potentially there are 29 or 30 sites, and how much of that will be allocated in the local plan.
Councillor Porter?
Thank you. All of the sites have been assessed because we look at brownfield first, and we have done all the time. Some of the sites may not be suitable because they have a current use, which is of value. And if we took away the things that happen on that site, they would have to happen somewhere else. So it doesn't necessarily mean that every single site is appropriate for housing. However, if you or anybody else knows of a brownfield site that isn't on the register that should be, or that you believe is worthy of a re-examination, we're very happy to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. And to you, Mr. Colleen, for your question. May I just remind you that your question and the answer will be published on the Council's website with the minutes of this meeting. And as you know, you are very welcome to stay, sir, for the remainder of the meeting. If so, you may be seated in the gallery and an officer would assist you. Thank you so much. Please, may I now call upon Denise Searle. Welcome. If you could please address the meeting with your microphone, and a reminder that following the response given by the Cabinet member, you may also ask a supplementary question, which must arise directly out of the original question or the reply. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question, can those responsible for planning please help me to understand what the Gypsy and Traveller policies in the new draft local plan are? Where are the new sites for gypsies and travellers, and how has the public been consulted on these proposals?
Councillor Porter.
Thank you. I'll just refer you to this. This was the Reg 18 plan, and it looks familiar to you by the smile on your face. So that's good. I'm not going to sit on it. It raises me about 3 inches. Sorry, 7.5 centimetres. Thank you for your question, Ms. Searle. The Gypsy and Traveller policies and sites were laid out clearly in that draft Reg 18 local plan on page 259 to 273 of the document, available still on the Council's website. The Gypsy and Traveller policies aims to provide adequate accommodation to meet the needs for the district's gypsies, travellers and travelling show people. And overall criteria to achieve this are in Policy H12. Policy H13 safeguards the current traveller sites. Policies H14 and H15 explain the criteria for increasing density of plots and potential expansion. H16, 17 and 18 describe 3 sites in the district where there is capacity to provide more space for homes for gypsies, travellers and travelling show people. The Reg 18 draft local plan consultation was held in late 2022. It was well publicised. It went online, on the radio, in newspapers, via parish councillors, parishes across the district. Public meetings were held online and in person, and there were events on the radio. A special work was done to seek views from the gypsies and travellers and travelling show people community too, and I know that many parishes also had conversations as part of their own planning decisions. So there were thousands of responses to that Reg 18 plan, and every individual response has been considered for possible amendment to the final plan, the Reg 19. Winchester City Council will go out for that final Reg 19 consultation later this summer, before being examined by the Planning Inspectorate in 2025. Since publication of Winchester's Reg 18 plan, the government, after an appeal, has extended the description of who is considered to be eligible for this description of need, which has obviously changed the need. So we're currently re-examining our policies to ensure that our original proposals provide the land use allocation necessary to support their housing options.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Would you like a supplementary? Thank you.
I would like to refer to a particular traveller's site at World's End, which is in the middle of a 25-acre horse pasture for grazing horses. The Travellers have purchased an acre of land smack in the middle of that grazing area, and they have erected brick buildings along with their caravans and their day rooms. They've stripped out anything that's green, and it has had a massive impact on the other people of those paddocks, the other paddock owners, and the nearest residents to that particular site. What I would like to ask is, why has the Enforcement Office not stopped them? They have been refused planning permission repeatedly. It's gone to the inspectorate, been refused, and still they are there, and nobody has moved them on or evicted them. Again, really, can you explain why nobody's upheld your own policies and decisions?
Councillor Porter.
I sympathise with you asking the question and that you want to hear the answer now. But it's not appropriate for me to be talking about a particular planning case in full council. However, I commit to meeting with you, with the planning team and the enforcement team, so that we can have that conversation and it's not publicised in council. Because I think it's a respect to them and a respect to you that it's done in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Thank you, Mrs. Searle, for your question. And may I also remind you that your question and the answer will be published on the Council's website with the minutes of this meeting. And you are also very welcome to stay for the remainder of the meeting if you wish in the gallery, and an officer would assist you. But thank you very much. So, members, the next item of business this evening is agenda item 5, consideration and determination of the recommended minute of Cabinet held on the 8th of February 2024. Mrs. Kirkman, would you please introduce? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Agenda item 5 is the recommended minute of Cabinet held on the 8th of February 2024. Regarding the housing revenue account budget for 24-25, and this is set out on your agenda on pages 2 and 3. Report cab 3445 refers, and this is also included in your agenda pack on pages 19 to 46. Madam Mayor, please note that due to an administrative error, an incorrect version of the minute extract of Cabinet was included in the agenda pack for the meeting on pages 15 to 17. Council should therefore refer to the supplementary agenda for this specific information. In summary, the recommended minute of Cabinet is for Council to agree the 24-25 housing revenue account budget, including the specifics as set out in the recommended minute and the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirkman. Councillor Westwood, would you move the recommended minute of Cabinet, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the HRA budget paper for 24-25. The HRA is experiencing an unprecedented financial challenge. This is of a magnitude never seen in the sector since we took over responsibility for self-financing our social housing business from the previous government subsidy scheme back in 2012. The housing revenue account is operated as a ring-fenced landlord account for the provision of social housing to our tenants. It must self-finance, and to ensure financial sustainability, the rents and service charges must be sufficient to fund the expenditure incurred to own, operate, and to continually invest in the properties. The financial planning horizon for the HRA is 30 years. It must annually produce a viable 30-year business plan to demonstrate its ability to self-finance and to show it has the capacity for ambitions to deliver new affordable homes for people across the district. We are in a period of high inflation, which is slowly reducing, with interest rates that are higher than experienced over many decades. In addition, building costs have increased by 23% over the last year and 58% over the last 2 years. The cost of living crisis has not gone away, and it's hitting our most vulnerable tenants hard. We are proud to have over 5,000 council homes in the Winchester district. To improve the energy efficiency of our homes, we are investing £45 million into retrofitting the fabric of our council homes to lower tenants' energy costs and to provide warmer and more comfortable homes. But we have to prioritise how and where we spend our tenants' money to deliver best value, and it's right that we now have two significant work programmes that both improve the quality and comfort of our existing housing stock, alongside delivering more new, highly energy efficient new homes. Increasing the rent for our social housing and affordable housing is always a difficult decision. However, we have to weigh this with our need to have a balanced housing revenue account, the real need for more affordable housing, and the need to upgrade our existing homes to provide our tenants with warmer homes that are less expensive to run. After consultation process with TACT Committee and TACT focus groups, we have decided to increase rents by 7.7%, which is in line with government rent policy. I'm also pleased to say that TACT have supported that decision, and I thank them for their support that has allowed us to reach this difficult decision. I'm able to present today a viable and sustainable business plan which not only includes investment of £45 million to go greener faster by retrofitting our homes to bring them up to decent homes energy efficiency standards, but also reaffirms our commitment to the 1,000 homes target, albeit over a slightly longer period of time. The HRA business planning is carried out annually, and all assumptions are revised and undertaken afresh each year. When the economic situation improves, with interest rates and building costs at more reasonable levels, we will aim to deliver our 1,000 home target earlier and indeed look to exceed that target. In order to be viable, the business plan assumes several changes in strategy from previous years. These are detailed in the report, but in summary, they include proposals to continue the new approach of acquiring more homes from developers alongside our previous approach of building new homes ourselves. As documented in the Housing Strategy 2023-28, work with local communities and parish councils to identify and deliver affordable housing in rural areas in line with local need. A £400,000 revenue savings plan for the housing service. Disposals of surplus assets to help fund the increased greener, faster capital investment in our existing homes, and an investment to digitalise and modernise processes to make them more accessible, simpler, quicker and easier for our customers. Also to make it possible for contact to be online 24/7 for those who prefer it. The Council are asked to approve the HRA budget and business plan for 2024-25, which includes the following. The average formula rent increase for affordable and social housing is 7.7% in line with the current government rent policy. A cap of 7.7% increase in tenant service charges for 2024-25. Subject to further consultation and a review of plant operational costs, the move towards full cost recovery for private and tenant connections to the Council's sewage treatment works in 2025-26. The future asset disposal policy for the next 8 years, and specifically the disposal in principle of Barnes House in 2024-25. A move to 80% market rents for eco-friendly new homes that meet the Council's energy efficiency requirements, where the rent increase is more than offset by lower running costs. Only new homes that meet the Council's energy efficiency requirements will have rent set at 80% market rate, and examples of these homes are those that we have delivered both at Winnell and in North Whiteley this year. An additional investment of £30 million over the next 8 years to retrofit properties on a fabric first basis to help improve their energy efficiency and reduce costs for tenants, and a provision of £2 million over the next 2 years to modernise the delivery of services to customers through the introduction of better digital access. Despite the challenging circumstances we face, I believe this is a strong plan that addresses those circumstances whilst also improving the service and the housing we make available to the current and future tenants who rely on them. I do hope you will support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Westwood. May I just ask you, though, do you have a seconder, please?
I do, Madam Mayor. The leader will second this proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Todd, do you wish to reserve your right to speak, sir?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I think we will go into questions now, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Councillor Brooke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the scrutiny meeting, we went over this quite clearly and asked quite a lot of questions on this. And on Appendix 3, the fire safety row ceases to have any information in it beyond, let me just confirm where I'm looking, beyond 2026. And this was asked at the scrutiny meeting, and it was said it would be looked into and rectified, and it hasn't been. So can I ask what's happening with that, please?
Councillor Westwood.
Thank you. I'm well aware, and we discussed it at the scrutiny meeting, that if you look at Appendix C, you'll find that there's values for a number of years, then it moves to no values, and that's, I think, is what you're pointing out to me. And
Yes. Sorry. Just confirm if it usually says zero, if it's zero, but it's
it is blank, I agree. We'll call blank and zero in that case. So it goes blank. The reason for that was answered at scrutiny by Mr. Hendy at the time, and that is that we have costed into the plan the fire safety work that we need to undertake that is aligned to the fire safety regulations as they currently exist. And that if we need to fund further fire safety work beyond satisfying those level of requirements, then the budget will be allocated in future years to meet that fire safety need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Westwood. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I fully support the proposals on pages 34 to 35, items 15.6 to 15.12, regarding the charges for wastewater treatment plants. I support the full cost recovery and the phasing and the community consultation that will be wrapped around those procedures. However, I would like to ask the portfolio holder if he would agree that we should have a working party of councillors to look at the complexities of this area of operation before we go out to consult with users, in order that we can understand the costs better and that we are better able to explain those on the doorstep. I would further ask that should there be extra costs arising from the treatment plants we have upgraded, that extra cost should fall upon push or the credits rather than upon residents. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Councillor Westwood.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. To answer your first point, we will go out to consultation for that period of 6 months. The actual method of consultation and the process is being defined at the moment, but I can assure you that we will be consulting with all ward members who have water treatment works in their ward, and they will be part of that consultation process. And you'll be kept fully informed and your views will be taken on board. In answer to the second part of your question, which relates to the upgrade of the water treatment works in effect, the council is assessing the amount and value of the nutrient credits that could be generated by undertaking improvement works to sewage treatment works facilities. Either there will be a business case for the council to undertake the work funded by the sale of credits, or the council will enter into a funding agreement with Partnership South Hampshire, who have received government funding for that specific purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Westwood. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to speak. If you will, hang on a second while I get myself untangled. Yes, thank you to the portfolio holder for what to me is a very detailed report, and you've presented it very well. However, like all detailed reports, I think there are a couple of questions which need just a little bit more detail. If I may start with, I've only got two bits I want to pick up on. With the repairs and maintenance, I noticed that in previous years, we've been spending 1.5 million per year on repairs and maintenance. My memory serves me right. I noticed this year, that budget has been increased by £2 million over the last 2 years. That's in paragraph 12.5. But I also noticed that if that budget is now being used in part for upgrading the council tenant houses, the report in the Hampshire Chronicle saying that only 50% of the tenants are allowing their homes to be upgraded. Now, may I ask question one, what the council is going to be able to do about that when the tenants won't allow us to improve our own stock as our own, i.e. the council's own. Now, the second question is about paragraph 15.6, which is about the sewage treatment works. Now, we all know there have been a lot of issues with Southern Water about effluent going into watercourses, and I assume that, I may be wrong in this, that one of the reasons for this now upgrade is the fact that that may well have been happening with our own treatment works. Am I correct in that supposition? In which case, what watercourses is this effluent going into? I know Councillor Todd is saying, no, that's not right, but I'm not sure if he's answering the same question or another one.
Councillor Pearson, do you want to do this one, Councillor Westwood?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. I will answer all of those questions, Madam Mayor. Okay. First of all, in terms of the capital programme, budget, major repairs and the increase, I mean, we look annually at the cost of the capital cost of maintaining the existing housing stock, and the economic difficulties have significantly increased the costs of both materials and labour. And in addition, and possibly following the period of pandemic, we are seeing increasing numbers of contacts, people contacting us reporting issues with their properties. And so for that reason, we have had to increase the capital spend to maintain those properties for both of those reasons. As I said, building costs have gone up significantly, and it's not just new homes costs, as you'll be aware. Any material, if you go and buy a piece of wood from B&Q, you'll find out how much it really is nowadays. So that is the reason for the increase in that budget. The second part of your first question was talking about residents not accepting the retrofit upgrades. Now, the real reason for that, that we've got to the bottom of it, is that most people keep items in their loft. And there is a reluctance and a reticence, firstly, for us to, for them to let us in their homes with the knowledge that putting the stuff back in a loft that's retrofitted with 400 mil of insulation, and it's quite, as you'll appreciate, it's quite difficult to put boarding up at 400 mil and provide access up into the loft at the same time, has been put people off that. So it's a reluctance to lose that storage space in the loft. So to help those tenants that need more storage space, we are offering to increase the storage space within their homes. So within our budgeting, we have allowed a certain amount of money that we can increase internal storage space if that works for that particular person, to try them, get them to go forwards with the scheme. We could offer them external storage in a shed in the garden. So if we look at our new build programme, then Clearly, we don't allow people into the lofts in the new builds because they're very well insulated, but we do provide storage facilities in the gardens, in sheds, and so on. And the third way that we're dealing with this is that we are now changing the spec of the insulation within the lofts to put a 4 square meters of 200 mil insulation with boarding adjacent to the loft hatch area, if it is safe to do so, that could potentially be used for storage if that is something that they want to do. But we're not recommending that people do store there, and we are saying that we would need access to that loft space and maintenance of other equipment up in the loft if they do use that space. So these different measures that going into our quite extensive communication program around retrofit, which I've not talked about today, but there's a very extensive communication program that goes with the whole program, and that is as important as doing the technical work itself, is now drawing those people back into the program. And I think once they see the benefits that other tenants are getting, and we have customer testimonial videos available on the benefits they're seeing, then those people will come back into the program. So hopefully that fully explains it. In terms of the money aspect, then we do expect to spend the funds on the retrofit programs going forwards, and I believe we will see many more people wanting to save money in their own homes. In terms of your final question, which the leader was keen to answer, but I'll have a go, and I'm sure the leader will add to it if I don't answer it fully. The water treatment works that we own do not emit sewage into the rivers. So they don't have the same overflow that you will read about with some of the larger treatment works that we've seen in the press recently in the overflow tanks if there's heavy rain and so on. So our treatment works are not putting sewage into the rivers. The investment work that we're doing to improve the water quality coming out of our treatment works is strictly related to the reduction of the nitrates and phosphates that are being emitted from those plants. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Westwood. Councillor Todd, I can see you out the corner.
Yes, I would, just as a supplementary to that, because it was a question that was asked last week, and I know Councillor Bolton wanted an answer from me. So we had an excellent briefing from Southern Water on Monday, which was all about the combined water system and how road runoff, surface runoff and sewage sometimes gets combined, and that is what leads to sewage flowing into systems. Surface water doesn't go into our wastewater treatment plants, so they are sewage-only plants that are collected directly to the sewage systems of individual houses and do not connect to surface water runoff. There are some very unusual circumstances. So, for example, if the site of a sewage plant gets flooded, there might be a risk. But as far as I'm aware, that's not something that is affecting us. So the reason why it's different is that our sewage works do actually what a modern sewage system, if it was being built from scratch, would do, which is it has one system for sewage and a separate system for water runoff. And that's why it's not the same as the problems that Southern Water are having and looking to address.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Appreciated. Councillor Cremoyson, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I noted in the recommendations, item 10, this states a proposed change to 80% market rent to improve the viability of the new homes delivery and mitigate the increasing costs of delivery. At face value, that might sound slightly concerning, but could the portfolio holder explain to us how this actually works out for tenants in practice, and also confirm that TACT has actually been involved in supporting this change? Thank you.
Councillor Westwood.
Thank you, Councillor Croyson. Yeah, you're quite right to bring that out into people's attention, because that is a significant change of policy. The cost of building new homes has increased significantly and much faster than general inflation. In addition, the policies to deliver highly efficient new homes that are warm and economical to heat, and these are more expensive to build. However, these new homes will use significantly less energy than our older homes. The proposed move to an 80% market rent will help improve the viability of the new homes development and mitigate the increased cost of delivery. So what about the tenant, you ask? In terms of new homes, it's only the new homes that meet the council's energy efficiency requirements that will have rent set at 80% market rate. And examples of these are already talked about are those that we've delivered, both Winnell and North Whiteley this year. The 80% market rent will also be inclusive of service charges, and the modelling included in the budget paper that you will see in that section clearly shows the benefits and the cost benefits to the tenants running one of those homes. And if you take the overall cost of the 80% rent plus the energy charges for that home, then the combined sum of that will be lower than if we were to if you were to have a 70% rent out of a more traditional building with less energy efficiency. And the energy efficiency rating for those new homes is equivalent to effectively an EPC B. So you're looking at up to 70% energy savings at that level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're sharing the benefits, I guess.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bolton.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. In fact, there's a tremendous amount of osmosis going on between me and Councillor Pearson because I had the same questions, which is inappropriate with sewage discussions, obviously. But it was really regarding the turbocharging of the retrofit programme. It sounds as though you are getting to the bottom of some of the issues that have been causing this programme to go so slowly. I wondered if you could update us as to where we are. I think there was originally 800 people signed up for this, and the last numbers I saw were in the 200 that had been completed. I wonder what further could be done to really turbocharge this, because Fabric First brings the maximum amount of benefit to residents of the pursuit of net zero. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Westwood.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bolton. It's a good question to ask that because we were here a year ago and we were not able to report this progress that we're now able to report. I think the difference is that we've taken a strict Fabric First approach, not a whole house retrofit approach. And because of that, we're able to break it down into sections. So the four major components is the roof insulation, wall insulation, and it's the doors and the windows. And what we're not trying to do is to go into a home and try to, this is someone's home we're going into. This is not an empty property in most cases. And we have to be well aware that we're going into a person's home. We're causing disruption if we do any work inside that home. And so we decided to take this Fabric First approach because we can work incrementally in improving the benefits in that home. So we can do the loft first. That's the most invasive piece of work. We can do cavity wall insulation at a convenient time and in a sequence we want. We have a rolling windows replacement program anyway that is going on through our housing stock. And so we can talk to the residents as we go in there about a program of work that will improve the energy efficiency of their homes over a period of time. And because of this, we are getting more people wanting to work with us. So we did initially write out to all 1,700 tenants who are in homes at EPC D and below within our housing stock. And you're quite right to say that we had 800 people come back and say they would like to move forwards. Each of those homes has had an energy assessor go to it. When I say go to it, by the end of this financial year, every home on the 800 will have been visited. And from that, we have around about 400, 450 tenants who have signed up and want to move forwards with the programme. And, you know, in a line to Councillor Pearson's question on why people are saying no, I go back to my answer about the storage. The storage is the biggest issue that we've had to address. We now have a route forward for that, and we now have what I would say a better way of communicating what we're doing. So the other side of the coin is the communication programme. We've done a lot of work to improve the way that we talk to and work with residents to get them on board to this scheme. And I think it will be a snowball effect. You know, we're now getting our residents who are willing to talk to us in front of a camera so that we can put the testimonial videos up on site and collecting those case studies. I think that's why we have improved the pace of it. And as we move into next year, we've done this from a standing start this year. As we move into next year, I can see that only increasing faster. The way we could actually go faster this year if we had enough people signed up. So the other gating factor is the number of contractors. As you will know, getting people is quite difficult to do jobs nowadays. But if we were able to scale this up, not much further, but a little bit further, then we could increase the number of contract organisations that we would engage to work within the district. And therefore we could actually go through the homes a little bit faster as well. So there is a natural way to increase the pace from where we are to an even faster pace going forwards. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Westwood. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In recommendation 12, you mentioned the sale of Barnes House, but at Business and Housing Policy this week, it was promised that this would not happen until the temporary accommodation review was done later in the year. If that review is either held up or does not recommend Barnes House being sold, how do you intend to replace the sum in the budget? And even if it is agreed it would be sold, given how long it takes to sell properties, it's not likely to happen in the next financial year. So how do you intend to replace that sum, please?
Councillor Westwood.
Thank you. First of all, you're quite right to say that in the temporary accommodation paper that we talked through at Economy and Housing on Tuesday evening, it's quite clearly stated in that paper as well as in this paper. This is stating that we would dispose, in principle, agree the disposal of Barnes House. In the paper that went through the committee on Tuesday evening, it also stated that Barnes House would not be disposed of until we'd got to a point where we understand fully the needs for temporary accommodation. To your point as to when that will happen, then we're looking to take the temporary accommodation paper to Cabcom Housing in November of this year, and subject to the amount of temporary accommodation being available and Barnes House being surplus to requirements as agreed at that point, then we'll move forwards to dispose of the property. In terms of getting ahead of the game, we've already had a commercial valuation for that property put in place, so we are ready to move forwards as and when we need to. If Barnes House is to be retained on the books, this was answered by the 151 officer at Cabinet, I believe, one of the meetings anyway. The answer was very clearly given that if we do not dispose of Barnes House, then we would need to look at other assets within our portfolio to dispose to cover the gap that would be left by non-disposal of Barnes House. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Horrell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we're all very proud of our HRA and our 5,000 plus homes that we offer to residents in the district. And I really endorse the ongoing commitment to 1,000 new homes in this budget and plan. You kindly took an amendment that you've included in the paper this evening regarding new homes and the rural aspect of that, because we've obviously decided to move to purchasing of homes in the short term in larger developments, which will skew potentially the location of those. That inclusion of rural is welcomed, but I do not see a corresponding resource added to the budget for tonight under recommendation 8. Money and officers' time don't seem to be built in, And so I'm questioning, how are we going to achieve that excellent rural aspect of our work if we don't have resources to do so? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Westwood.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. Again, a good question. Clearly, I've listened and I've taken on board the need to not just build where the major developers are building and building it into the rural areas, but that has to be led by demand. First of all, it's not a case of building anywhere in rural areas. We've got the Hampshire Home Choice requirements to meet, and we know the demand in different areas for what size of property, what tenure of property, and so on in the different areas. So it's a matching up of the demand with the supply, and clearly there will be demand that is outside of the major builders' areas, and so that's why you've seen that brought into the paper. This approach was also agreed at Cabcom Housing in November when we debated and made the decision on the housing strategy for 2023-28, and it was item 7 within that action plan, a housing strategy action plan, that laid out the process for engaging with the rural communities and the parish members as well to drive that rural development. And allied to that as well, we have been through a period of consultation with staff and unions in terms of restructuring our staff within the housing area, and it's a combination of the housing strategy, driving forwards that strategy, with the staffing alignment that we need to be able to make that effectively work. So it's a combination of those.
Thank you. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What payment or other compensation has the council received for removing the restrictive covenants on up to 20 shared equity affordable homes on the rural exception site at Micheldever, allowing a registered provider to potentially sell these homes on an open market basis without any prospect of these homes being replaced to meet the needs of the local community?
Thank you. Councillor Westwood.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. I have to declare that I am on the board of Winchester Housing Trust, and I also am the portfolio holder within Winchester City Council. And as such, I have not been engaged or informed of any of the discussions on that particular case. And secondly, I don't think that is a subject and a case that we should debate in this forum in public here. I think if you would like to understand more fully the actions that the council have taken, then that needs to be taken up with the officers outside of this meeting.
Yes, Councillor Godfrey.
Madam Mayor, I'm asking about a financial transaction which affects the accounts on the order paper this evening. I wish to know if any money has been received for the release of these restrictive covenants.
Councillor Westwood, do you think you can answer that? If not...
I personally am unaware of any financial transaction that has taken place.
Thank you so much. I have no more questions, ladies and gentlemen, so I am... Oh, Councillor Horrell.
Madam Mayor, if I'm allowed another, if I'm not being greedy, thank you.
One quick one.
Thank you very much. In the budget paper, we have a review of tenant service charges planned to move to full cost recovery for the 25-26 budget. And recommendation 15 asks us to approve the 7.7% for this year, but doesn't talk about the review. Unlike recommendation 16, where the service charges for sewerage will be reviewed to full cost recovery, and it's asking us to enter into that, and the portfolio holder has already indicated that the process for that is being reviewed. Is that an oversight? And if so, what will be the agreed parameters for the tenant aspect in terms of the review for full cost? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Westwood.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. So you're referring to section 15.5 in the paper, service charges. And in there, we do state that a review of service charges will take place and a programme to move to full cost recovery over reasonable timeframes will be established for the 2025-26 HRA Budget Board. It doesn't use the words consultation, but I can confirm, and I will give my commitment that that will be a consultation process, and that TACT in its new format will be fully involved in that process as well. And the reason we're doing it is that look, the service charges were capped last year, as was the rent increase, capped at 7%. The service charges were capped at 7%. So when we do lift the lid on that and look at the service charges that we would need to apply this year to go to full cost recovery of those service charges, I personally was not happy with some of the numbers that I saw, and I asked that should not be taken forward and it should be capped at the same level as the rent increases to give us the period to understand the makeup of the service charges for each of the areas we charge them for the different schemes and so on. And personally, I'm looking for us to look for value for money for those service charges. So it's not a case of understanding what the cost is. It's a case of understanding what is the service that we're providing and what is the right price for that service. And the other side of the coin is that I have had residents come to me asking if they can pay more in service charge because they would like, for instance, better kept grounds around the properties. So rather than paying £1 for it, they're coming to me and saying, can we pay more money so that we can have a better natural environment around the properties that they live in? So we need to take that on board as well. So it moves both ways. And there will be a consultation process which will come forwards in a similar time frame to the sewage charges and will be presented in as the full service cost recovery in the next budget paper next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going into debate now, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone for debate, please? Oh, Councillor Scott, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is an excellent paper. Thanks to the Cabinet Member and Housing to bring this to us tonight. I think we have a fantastic working relationship with TACT as a council. And I think even though it must have been difficult for them to look at the rent rise, and they stipulated as long as there's still investment in the service, and that's the key factor, that obviously they were prepared to back it because they see the full programme that the HRA is signed up to in the next number of years. And I think that relationship between City Council and TACT needs to be, held strong because I think that they are the great representation of our residents out there. I think we are also elected members. It's a good opportunity when something like this comes to us that we talk to our council tenants and our social RPAs, registered provider tenants as well in our district to see how they're doing. So it becomes more of a live question and a live debate because we're engaging with the tenants across Winchester district. I think the explanation of the 80% market, it was scary for me in scrutiny 2 meetings ago, but the explanation on page 31 makes sound sense that the EPC rated will help them save for their heating costs and stuff like that, and there will be a build form from new homes moving forward. So the last scrutiny meeting, I was much more relieved that that explanation came forward. The shared ownership power in page 35, I like that we're moving not only also with the housing company but also with different tenures, because I always wonder how some of our young people across the district will be able to put a foot on the ladder, especially if they wanted to start putting a foot on buying property. Or shared ownership is a good factor, and it looks as though we're assuming that we're going to go up to about 30% of our builds could actually have that incorporated. And I think that's only a good thing for our young people of the district. I think when you actually sort of narrow down on what we achieve for our residents, tenants, we do have a decent home standard. And it's quite clear in the papers that come through on housing regularly and year on year, and especially those who are sitting on cabinet housing will see how we really have got that desire as a council to have decent home standard for our tenants. We have got a good rapport with our tenants in upkeeping and repairs on a regular basis, and above now the retrofit programme, which we had a bit of a chink in the chain, but it looks as though that's going to start moving forward in the right direction. And disabled adaptations from time to time comes to me as a ward member, I don't know about anyone else, but that is a key factor that we offer as a council as well. And I think we should be really proud as a council that we have still got a substantial council housing stock that we look after as a council. Because remember, a number of years ago, we as a city council, way before my time, we could have given up our council tenants and we could have given it to a registered provider back in the day. And I'm glad that we made the right decision as a city council. In those days, the members were right to say, no, we want to keep hold. They offered it to the tenants. And if you remember back in the day, if you look back on some of the history in the papers, the tenants say, no, overwhelmingly, we want to stay with the city council. And this speaks volumes of actually why the tenants trust us as the landlord, and we have that good rapport with our tenants. So I support this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Scott. Councillor Wallace, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The HRA budget has been reviewed at the Cabinet Committee, Housing, the Scrutiny Committee and at Cabinet itself. I also attended the recent TACT meeting where officers were directly questioned by Winchester Council housing tenants on details of the HRA budget. Therefore, I didn't feel the need to raise further questions at this time. However, I would like to remind the Cabinet member that we have highlighted several opportunities for going greener faster and mitigating issues associated with the nature emergency. These opportunities will not only benefit the planet, but more specifically will support our tenants by improving their home energy efficiency and reducing their home heating costs. The Cabinet member has taken actions to investigate the points raised, and on that basis, we're in support of the proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tippett-Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would also like to commend and endorse this paper. And what is striking this evening, Councillor Westwood, is your grasp of the detail around this brief and this paper has been extremely impressive. There are lots of excellent parts of this paper, not least the continued progress on creating 1,000 new homes and the expansion of the retrofit programme. I'd like to give particular credit to your approach and the council officers' approach to how we are listening to the key stakeholders here. And it isn't actually just tenants, that is most crucial, but also opposition councillors, which is shown in the responses to the questions you've had and the approach to this paper. Now, Councillor Scott has put these points far more eloquently than I could, so I've cut back a lot of what I was going to say, because he's done it already and very well. But it's clear this paper puts tenants first, with an absolute commitment to listening to their concerns and questions. It refers to the repeated consultation with them, and in your answers you've shown real and genuine concerns that tenants are kept properly informed about all charges and costs. Your answer to Councillor Cremoyson makes perfect sense. But you've also explained how the council is sensitively supporting tenants and engaging with retrofitting, which is so important. And indeed, the endorsement of TACT of something as difficult as rent review is a shining example of how that consultation engagement has worked and showed how this really is a listening council. So thank you for this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Horrell.
Madam Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak. May I say thank you to the officer team for the work put into running our housing services throughout the year. This is an opportunity tonight to say thank you publicly for their efforts and for the work in preparing the budget and for giving us all the opportunity to review the proposals before this evening at Cabinet Housing, Scrutiny and indeed Cabinet. It is with glad heart that I seek to support the overall direction of the HRA budget tonight. And I hope the questions have helped to provide better clarity for all and shown the level of commitment the Conservative group has to this crucial part of the Council's work. I want to encourage the administration to continue in their quest for new homes, which we've been pursuing for more than 10 years, even in these challenging economic conditions. Today, we have more than 1,500 on the waiting list for a property. We should not rest whilst those numbers continue at that level. I want to encourage a robust approach to the delivery of decent homes for all, ensuring we repair and maintain our current properties whilst pursuing our retrofit programme. And I want to support the development of our housing strategy mentioned this evening and the policies that sit around it, such as temporary accommodation and older persons accommodation. But we all need to understand that a stricter regulatory regime is upon us, and our tenant satisfaction scores will be under scrutiny. And important issues such as mould and damp will be reviewed. We as councillors need to ensure we all do our very best to ensure the council meets those expectations and allocates budgets accordingly to ensure that outcome. Madam Mayor, I hope this entire council this evening will be able to support the HRA budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. Councillor Sadaka, actual. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Despite the unprecedented budget challenges faced by the Council's housing service, this report offers policy options to achieve the Council's policy objectives to go greener faster, address the cost of living crisis, and maintain the commitment to deliver 1,000 homes. Improving the IT system will increase the confidence of our tenants. It only indicates we are listening to our tenants and our residents. And I thoroughly support the HRA budget that is being presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now ask Councillor Todd if he would like to speak as seconder, sir.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor, and thank you also to councillors for the thorough questions and interest in the details of the plan, and I congratulate Councillor Westwood for being able to answer all of them as well. I also appreciate the support that we heard from Councillors Scott, Wallace, Tippett Cooper and Horrell. The provision of social homes is one of the most important things that we do as a council. The way we do it is also absolutely vitally important. And as we've heard this evening, our relationship with tenants is at the heart of this plan. We are in a very challenging context. Higher construction costs, higher interest rates, and the challenge of the climate emergency. And our tenants are also facing the cost of living crisis. This budget sets out an ambitious plan to work with tenants to cut carbon and cut bills. It sets out a pragmatic plan for 1,000 more energy-efficient council houses focused on where the demand is across the district. It includes investment in modernising our service to tenants. It highlights our new policy on full cost recovery, but in the context of that, absolutely clear that we will focus on driving down that full cost before we seek to recover it. It highlights our innovative approach to nutrient neutrality. And overall, I'm very pleased to hear the support from across the chamber for the programme that it lays out and the vision it lays out for the next 10 years of our service. It is, as we've said, absolutely at the heart of what this administration believes in and what we want to see happening. It acts on our priorities of going greener faster, of tackling the cost of living crisis in particular. So I'd like to thank Councillor Westwood and also all the officers for the work that they've done to prepare it. And I would like, as I hope we can achieve, the unanimous support of Council for this proposal this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Councillor Westwood, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's clear that I have quite a passion for this particular portfolio, and I really want to see us move forwards as a group together as 45 councillors working for Winchester City Council to drive better homes for our people, our tenants across this district. And I'm grateful and very grateful for the kind words that have come out this evening on this. We've made significant progress this year, and it is absolutely down to the officers and the teams within the housing department that we've actually made that progress. And I would also like to put on record my thanks for the tremendous work that has happened to enable us to deliver 127 new homes this year, all high energy compliant. We've actually, it wasn't touched on today, but we've bought back 15 ex-council homes this year in the city, and they were HMOs. We've now upgraded those, and we've turned them back into family homes again. The retrofit programme we had a good conversation about, and I do believe that we can work even faster with that programme as we go forwards, and people will see the tremendous benefits that will give. We've not touched on areas such as our magnificent way that we manage homelessness within the district. And I should point out, as a district, we continue to excel in the management of homelessness. And we're in the top 25% of local authorities for ending our prevent relief duty with an offer of accommodation. And that is a testament to the work that is not scrutinised in the paper this evening, but needs to continue. And hot off the press, our Homes for Ukraine team and community team have been shortlisted for LGC Awards in 2024 as a small team award, which is fantastic with the work that they've done over the last couple of years to look after the guests and refugees that have come to this area. But we can always do better, and I'll be very grateful and very pleased that we can support this budget and take it through, because I think this is the start of a journey, not the end, and we can build on what we've achieved this year and do much greater things next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Westwood. So, is the recommended minute of Cabinet as set out in the agenda on pages 2 and 3, and in the extract of minute in the supplementary agenda approved? Please may I see a show of hands, ladies and gentlemen. All those in favour?
Madam Mayor, I believe that's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
So do I, thank you. Well done. Thank you, everybody. Sorry, here I go. So the next item of business this evening is consideration and determination of the recommended minutes of Cabinet held on the 8th of February 2024 regarding the General Fund Budget 24 to 2025. Mrs. Kirkland, may I ask you to introduce, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Agenda item 6 is the recommended minute of Cabinet held on the 8th of February 2024 regarding the General Fund Budget 24-25, and this is set out on your agenda on pages 4 to 6 and in the extract of the draft minutes of Cabinet, which is on pages 47 to 50 of your agenda pack. Report CAB 3444 refers, and this is also included in your agenda pack on pages 51 to 84. In summary, the recommended minute of Cabinet is for Council to agree the level of General Fund Budget for 24-25, including the specifics as set out in the recommended minute and the report. Members, please note that following considering the General Fund Budget for 24-25, Council is then required to consider the Council Tax Resolution, which is on pages 81 to 85, to 91 of your agenda pack. In respect of those papers, members, may I please refer you to the hard copy pages 1 to 4 that are in front of you. At point 2A on page 2, the council tax base, the correct figure is 53691.65 and not 0.67. This subsequently affects the three calculations at 0.5. These are originally on page 88 of your agenda, and all four of these figures are highlighted for your convenience. You will note that all of these figures have reduced. The figures are correct in all other respects, and I thank Mr. Kennedy, Finance Manager, for his diligence in cross-checking our papers after the Hampshire County Council budget meeting earlier on today. Members are reminded that a recorded vote is required by legislation on motions, amendments and substantive motions relating to the approval of the General Fund budget and for the setting of council tax. Finally, and for clarity, can I please confirm that we will firstly take recommendations 1 through 9 of the recommended minute of Cabinet. We will follow those with recommendations 10 through 13, and finally move on to a separate resolution of the Council in relation to the setting of council tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirkman. Councillor Cutler, would you move the recommended minute of Cabinet, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm delighted to move the paper, and I have a seconder in Councillor Todd.
Thank you so much. And Councillor Todd, would you like to... You would, yes. Thank you, sir. Straight in, ladies and gentlemen. Any questions, please? I'm so sorry. I apologise. Councillor Cutler, to introduce. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I didn't wish to confuse things. I thought last time you missed out the seconder, so I thought I'd give the opportunity this time. Madam Mayor...
No, I didn't miss it out. Councillor Westwood jumped in before I said it, you see, so there you go.
Council, when this paper came to scrutiny, the Chair of Scrutiny said she felt that it was a bit bland. So I'd considered whether I should liven it up somehow and perhaps do a PowerPoint. And then I remembered the last time there was a PowerPoint was in 2019, I think. And I've decided to spare you that. But it did make me look back at that budget of 2019. And in that year, the medium-term financial strategy showed a balanced budget in the first year, but a deficit of £2.5 million in the second year, and it went as high as £7.5 million in what would have been this year. At the same time, reserves were projected to fall by more than 50% over a 5-year period. So in February 2020, when we came to give our first budget, we decided that it was crucially important to reverse this dangerous direction of travel and restore sound finances to the Council. This we've done, so despite the exceedingly challenging economic circumstances of the last 5 years, and where 1 in 5 councils are currently at risk of failure without substantial cuts to services, I'm able to present a budget and a medium-term financial plan which is balanced for the next 2 years. But we're not complacent, and without the clarity of a longer-term settlement from government, and with the threat of the so-called fair funding review finally being implemented, we recognise that budgets may be under significant pressure in 2 years' time. To prepare for this, the Council is undertaking a transformational challenge TC25 programme in order to deliver £3 million savings from 26-27 onwards. The TC25 programme has already delivered savings of over £600,000 on the base budget, and these savings will be reinvested into TC25 Investor Save projects, including the digitisation of planning and of customer services. The budget paper before you this evening details the proposals for additional savings, spendings and investment for the year ahead to support core council services and enhance continued delivery of council plan priorities. There is particular focus on our priority to go greener faster, which includes cutting the council's carbon emissions by 25% by investing in HVO fuel for our waste vehicle fleet, a key interim measure while we explore the development of infrastructure capacity to electrify these vehicles. We are also putting in place the funding required for the implementation of enhanced recycling and of food waste collection over the next 2 years. This is a really key project for this council. Support for residents experiencing hardship due to cost of living pressures is continued with the uprating of the council tax reduction scheme bands in line with the increase in universal credit to ensure that no residents in receipt of council tax reduction lose out. In the absence of any announcement about further government funding for council tax support, we propose to set aside up to £100,000 to allow this scheme to continue for another year. At the same time, rolling over our exceptional hardship scheme funds for a further year. With regard to council tax, we propose that funding to the town forum area increase by 5.5%, which is in line with the average increase in parish council precepts across the district, and propose that the district council tax increase by 2.6%, well below inflation, and this equates to an increase of £4.07 on a Band D property. Members, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the finance team for all their hard work in producing this budget. And I would also like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for her kind words and strong endorsement of our approach when she appeared on the BBC Politics South programme. And I quote, at my council, we're increasing council tax by less than 3% because we're actually managing the money, and have done for a number of years, well and consistently. The paper has been to scrutiny, as I mentioned earlier, and members asked a number of questions of clarification but did not request any changes. Cabinet has recommended that Council accept the recommendations in the report, which I'm sure you will all support wholeheartedly. Madam Mayor, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cutler. So we will go to questions, ladies and gentlemen, please. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When will we know the details of the next round of TC25 outcomes and how those are going to deliver the £2.4 million a year savings that are required?
Councillor Cutler.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. We, as you know, and as we briefed you, we went through the first round of star chambers with heads of service and looked through the proposals that officers were presenting. And from that, the initial £600,000 savings came, but also we've prioritised projects that we will be looking at funding and getting into motion during the summer, and I'm sure we'll be able to report back at that time.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got two questions, if I may. One, I suspect, is going to be very brief. The other one, perhaps a little bit longer. But don't panic, not that long. Your answer may be, but the question isn't. The first one, I noticed reference in paragraph 13.3 about the possibility that Abbey House will be used for letting. Now, the successive mayors have been aware for a number of years that in order to do that, it will require a substantial spending of funds to bring it to a situation where it conforms with safety, health and safety, in order to let it. And I'm aware it is a listed building. And I looked through the budget papers, and I've got to say finance is not my hotspot, but I couldn't find any reference to either Abbey House, although there was a reference to the Guildhall, an upgrade of council offices. Now, unless Abbey House is now an office, I know it's the Mayor's office, but general office. So could you perhaps give a little bit more information about the amount of money that needs to be spent in Abbey House to make it suitable as a rental venue, for example, as a wedding venue, which has been talked about for several years. Now, the main question is reference to paragraph 19.1 and thereafter. That's the Council Tax Support Fund, which I'm very grateful that there is a separate paragraph on this, because for those in limited income or fixed income, that element is quite important. And I'm not just talking about myself, I'm talking about others within Winchester District. Now, this is, you make one or two comments about it, i.e. we've still got no support grant from the government as far as we know. Maybe, hopefully, that's going to be revealed in March the 6th, which I understand is National Budget Day. Very difficult producing a council budget so close to the national budget. And congratulations on what you've done. I hope you don't have to substantially change the whole lot. But that support fund is in the light of council tax rents up, services that tenants and residents have got to pay up, not all of them, but many of them. The living wage to balances has gone up to over £11, which is a relief, and I think that was announced last year by the government. Cost of living, as you quite rightly said, is comparatively high. I say comparatively because I live in a time when the inflation rate was something like 17%. And we had slight stresses during that time. I know it was a different financial situation, but it was stressful. Now we're only talking about a relatively, although important, small amount. Unemployment rate, as I understand it, for Winchester District is 2%, which is good, although we have had, remember, a negative unemployment rate. And you talk about the council adding £100,000 to this support fund. Now, may I ask how you anticipate the numbers applying for this council tax support, because you must have some notional budget as what you expect to happen based on what has happened over the previous year. So perhaps you could give an indication of the numbers, not details of who they are. That I'm not interested in. Well, I am, but not in this forum. It's the numbers generally that we expect to have to support. If you could give that information, Councillor Cutler, I'll be very grateful. Meanwhile, interesting paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Cutler.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Pearson. On your first question, the Abbey House is part of the TC25 process. We haven't fully costed that approach yet. That's one of the things that will come in the summer, and we will explain to you all, including Councillor Godfrey, because he's very, very interested in this. In terms of the Council Tax Support Fund, we have a council tax reduction scheme introduced by Councillor Godfrey many years ago, uprated a few years ago to take into account of universal credit. And what we've done this year is, with the council tax reduction scheme, we have uprated the bands along with the increase in universal credit, which is a higher increase than the increase in council tax. The Council Tax Support Fund was government funding of £150,000 last year that government insisted that we pay as a flat rate to those in receipt of council tax reduction, but those in receipt of less than 100% council tax reduction. So those on the 75% and the 45% band would get that flat rate fee. That 151,000 was paid out at a rate of £50 per claimant, and was just about sufficient for the whole year. So that gives you the numbers, effectively. We've taken the view that because universal credit's gone up faster than council tax, that £30 would be an appropriate figure, having no indication of funding from government. Government may come back with 150,000 for us, in which case we could go back to the 50. But we've set aside 100,000 so that whatever, there will be £100,000 there, and we will pay it out at the £30 rate to all claimants for council tax reduction who are receiving less than 100% reduction. I hope that answers your question. There is the additional fund, the exceptional hardship scheme, which again is entirely funded by this council. A budget of 50,000 was prepared, was put forward last year. Only 12,000 was spent. It's for people who don't fall into those council tax reduction bans or whatever, and aren't eligible for other support and may need extra help. And in fact, only £12,000 of that was taken up this year. So we're rolling the £38,000 forward. So we still have that exceptional hardship fund there as well. I hope that answers everything. Yes, I can work it out quickly. I can't give you the actual figure. Mrs. Keys may have worked it out.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. Councillor Cremoyson, thank you.
Thank you. I'm particularly interested in the greener, faster section where there are some substantial changes in investment as part of the implementation of better waste and recycling processes. So just wonder if you could just shed a bit of colour on those changes and the reasoning behind each part. And I'm particularly interested in the reasoning for the recommendation to invest in waste and recycling vehicles that use HVO fuels, and how that sits with perhaps a more idealistic view that the next step should be electric vehicles. Just interested to, kind of air that the sort of reasoning behind that. Thank you.
Councillor Cutler.
Well, work still ongoing in terms of the purchase for of food recycling vehicles, and we're looking into the options of that. What's in the budget here? That's the capital expenditure on those vehicles, which will be funded by government as far as we know, and we have had a figure for that. That's not in this budget. In the revenue budget, we have allocated 1.4 million a year for the cost of running the food waste service. That's not funding setting it up, that's running it from half a year for next year and then the full cost. But we're assured that we would get some government funding for that. Government have said they'll fund it all, but we're being prudent on working on 80% there. We have £250,000 in there of reduced income on recycling income, and there's £400,000 budgeted in there for the introduction of the increased plastics recycling. Again, it's partly there as a contingency in terms of if we go for twin sort, that's what we think will cost. We have no decision from Hampshire County Council on that, and we have to have that in the budget. In terms of the greener, faster element, we're talking about existing HVO for the existing fleet of vehicles, and that additional cost will be up to £200,000 a year, but will create substantial carbon reductions in carbon emissions.
Thank you. Councillor Bolton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I remember at one of the previous performance panels, there was a presentation about fly tipping and how that has improved by somewhere in the region of sort of 30% by numbers. However, the lived experience of people, certainly in the district, is that things are not improving. And I understand that the contract with Idiverdif, specifically for fly tipping collection, was actually cancelled. and therefore, well, this is what officers tell me, and that therefore the lived experience is because it now takes over a month to collect a reported fly tip pile, for want of a better way of putting it. And I wondered whether, any consideration had been to put more finance into actually clearing these things up quicker, because it really is not the way the numbers present themselves. Our experience out in the district is that fly tipping is getting worse, and it's because it's lying around for a hell of a lot longer than it used to. Thank you.
Councillor Cutler.
Yeah, I think this question is somewhat outside of where we are with the budget discussion. It's not something specifically here, but this is an issue about contract management of the ID Verde contract. It's not that they haven't cancelled. They because of the fall in the numbers of fly tipping incidents, the 40% reduction that there was between 21-22 and 22-23, 40% reduction from 21-22 to 22-23. ID Verde reduced their dedicated teams to it, and we are not managing the contract. We have not been managing the contract well enough to chase them on that. Partly because the fly tipping officer is spending his time, and one of the reasons the numbers have come down is spending his time on gathering evidence and prosecution. So while it's not part of this budget, improved contract management, which is a key part of TC25, is something that we will be looking at. And if there is a requirement for some more budget there, but there shouldn't need to be. The terms of the contract with ID Verde are to collect within 10 days from reports. And we know it's slipped in some cases, but in fact it is being collected in a lot of cases. And what we do need to be doing is prioritising those that are really obvious and that are really causing the problems. If we need to prioritise, that is, but we need to get them cleared up. But the reality is there has been a fall of in cases year to year, 40% fewer cases.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. I have no more for questions, so I will now go into debate, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It will come as no surprise that I support this budget and the recommendations that are listed in the agenda. At a time when 50% of all councils, whether they are Conservative, Labour or Lib Dem-led or Green, are predicted to run out of money in the short term, it is clear that we are not in that position. In fact, this budget shows that we are able to continue to deliver our high-quality services and support local groups and grant funding, unlike many other authorities in the country. And clearly, as has already been pointed out, the Leader of the Opposition agrees with what we're doing. Her very eloquent performance on the BBC Politics South programme a few weeks ago, and I quote, she said, "We're actually managing the money and have done so for a number of years well and consistently." And this has certainly been the case since 2019. And we are very grateful for the Leader of the Opposition's support in this. The last 5 years must have been one of the most challenging ever in local government history. There has been a whole series of events that have been thrown at us. The impact of leaving the European Union, the global pandemic, war in Ukraine and Gaza, rising energy costs, and of course the cost of living crisis. And all of these events have had an impact on the cost of our services. But in spite of living through these really extraordinary times and inheriting an unfunded future deficit, which Councillor Cutler referred to, we have been slowly closing that gap. And our plans for the Transformation Challenge TC25 will ensure that this council remains on a steady financial footing by investing in our services for the future, whilst also continuing to deliver on our priorities. And I just wanted to pick up something around contract management that Councillor Cutler alluded to. As a regular user of our new leisure centre, brilliant leisure centre, I have to say that we have a dedicated officer who contract manages that contract, and the difference in the quality of service that we now see as visitors to that leisure centre has made a vast improvement. And so I think there is a lot to be said for the improving our contract management across lots of other areas. It's been a tough time for our local businesses across the district too. They have faced increased costs of heating and commodities while still finding it difficult to recruit and retain staff. And that is why our Jobs and Opportunities Fair, a recent initiative we have introduced, is so important. The last one took place in November, and we saw a record number of local businesses taking part, as well as attracting almost 300 job seekers. It was incredibly successful, and a number of jobs were offered on the day itself. And it is an event that we will be repeating later in the year, and this budget allows us to do that. The changes around waste and recycling and how that is managed will also affect our business community. They will be mandated, for instance, to start a food waste collection by 2025, so only next year, and I know that they will need help and advice to make sure that they keep up to date with all the relevant legislation. And the local economy team will be working hard to ensure that they are supported and are aware of new legislation. And we will be liaising with them, with our business groups and networks, to ensure that they are kept well informed. And before I close, I just want to say a little bit about partnership working, which has been significantly developed over the last few years. We are extremely lucky and have worked very hard to ensure that we have built strong relationships with our partners across the district. No more so than in our new cultural strategy, which we will be looking at the March Cabinet, which was considered at Tuesday night's Economy and Housing Policy Committee. The local economy and tourism teams have worked really hard to make this partnership work, and I'd like to pay tribute and thank them for all they've done and will be doing in the future to ensure that culture thrives throughout our district. Creating those strong relationships and working in collaboration with a plethora of organisations is the key to delivering on our priorities and helping our residents and businesses continue to thrive. This budget allows us to do that, and I hope you will all support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I'm going to continue. Councillor Porter, thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to disabuse everybody of the thought that fly tipping isn't successfully removed. Councillor, you and I were, Councillor Gordon-Smith and I were at a parish council meeting on Monday, one night this week. I've lost count how many meetings have been. Last night, and a farmer specifically complimented us, completely unasked, as one of their AOB points at a parish council meeting. He actually specifically said that he would like his experience of the service as exemplary. He'd like it, please, to be recorded to the council. He was absolutely thrilled with the actual service he'd received. He said that his whole team had suggested actually that they took some of the waste that had been dropped on his land and pushed it onto the road. He said no, he wouldn't. He would contact the city council, and they came and took it away very quickly. So that's a very enthusiastic response in support. And they also showed each other a printout of an article in the Chronicle, which was where we'd actually convicted someone. Councillor Gordon-Smith explained that takes some time, and obviously our officer has to sit in court waiting for that work to be done. But nevertheless, it was encouraging to see that communities, not just in the place where it had happened, had also realised that we were taking really strong action. The second point I was going to mention was that the cost of living scheme. It's really good to see that in the absence of any government-funded scheme, that Winchester City Council has placed a sum of £100,000 to support residents. So I do support that. And I just wanted to express my thanks to all the members of staff who've taken such an interest in the TC25 work. It wasn't just the people at the top, but people right through the whole organisation took a really active interest in this. They too know that we can always do better, we can always make improvements, and they offered many suggestions. Thank you very much. I'd just like to say I will be supporting the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Godfrey, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm grateful to fellow councillors for helping me celebrate my birthday in a unique way. All bloody night. There's not much wrong with the proposed approach to the general fund budget for the coming year. I welcome a return to a calmer approach to budget setting under Councillor Cutler after last year. I commend Mrs. Keys and the finance team for their diligence and expertise in preparing a budget and for maintaining the Council's finances in such a good state. I note that the collection fund is back to in a healthy surplus and is expected to continue to be so for the coming year. For this, Mrs. Horner and the revenue officers should be justly proud, and we should thank the residents of Winchester for paying up on time. Generally, the budget does nothing which was not anticipated in the medium-term financial strategy presented in November. Income is up, reserves are up. Winchester seems to be in a much more comfortable financial position than many other local authorities. The report forecasts an annual deficit of £2.9 million from 2 years in the future and onwards, which continues to be very similar to the forecast deficit out into the future for the last 10 years. I think that it is correct to be cautious about this deficit in future years, as there is absolutely no guarantee that Winchester will retain its very favourable position in terms of government funding after this next year. Over the last 3 years, Winchester has benefited from over £20 million of additional grant funding from government in various forms, that has helped the Council's finances survive and, dare I say, flourish since the pandemic. This coming year, there is government funding of over £6 million for 24-25, that was not expected a couple of years back and is not expected in future, which gives the Council more time to prepare for the uncertain future. The only new item from the November MTFS is the £607,000 of savings identified in TC25 outcomes. Councillor Cutler announced the strategic review of budgets over 2 years ago. Nothing happened for 18 months. So it is good to see TC25 finally start to identify these changes. However, the list of changes from TC25 is mostly increases in fees and charges. These seem strange outcomes from a strategic budget review. They are what I would expect to be identified during a normal budget round. One of these is the extra income expected from an increase in building control fees, which neatly balances off the reduced forecast of building control income elsewhere in the budget. Raising charges for a service that is struggling to meet its current income targets in a commercial environment seems counterintuitive. Not only would I be looking for ways to reduce the Council's expenditure as a clear show of our commitment to the covenant that we have with taxpayers of Winchester, not to waste their hard-earned money, I would also be working much harder to bring forward these ideas quicker than the administration seems capable of. I would commend Councillor Cutler to look at the presentation that former Councillor Guy Ashton gave to this budget setting meeting 5 years ago, where he set out plans for closing a future financial gap. And this includes much more active use of our investment in properties in Winchester, including plans for disposal of the city offices and different uses for the Guildhall. Since the Lib Dems took over, nothing substantive has happened, putting off the inevitable hard decisions that now must be made. This is a careful budget, but it is not a caring budget. It is just taking more and more money from residents without putting the same effort into putting our own house in order. I support the ongoing review of council finances, but urge officers and the Cabinet to be more decisive and more strategic for the long-term benefit of this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've heard a good deal this evening about the challenging context in which this budget has been set, the inflation, the uncertainty, the recession that we now have. And I think it's therefore all the more remarkable that we're able to propose a budget which delivers savings, which delivers increased spending and increased investment all at the same time, and does so, I would suggest, prudently. There's just really one thing I wanted to say about the budget, and that's that I'm really pleased that we haven't lost sight of our number one priority. How could we? The greening faster. The proposals that we are going to realise with this budget for wider collection, more things to be recycled and collected in low-carbon trucks are exactly what we hear people crying out for all over the district on the doorsteps. People are frustrated that we haven't been able to do this before, and I think it's really overdue and really important. The fact that they're going to be collected in a low-carbon way is the icing, but important icing. So if we look at that with the substantial long-term retrofit program that we were talking about earlier this evening in the housing revenue account, I think it's clear that this council is an ambitious, prudent, and green council, and this is an ambitious, prudent, and green budget. I shall be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Sadaka.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Despite the challenging financial conditions elaborated so lucidly by Councillor Thompson and Councillor Edwards, this general fund budget shows a balanced position without needing to draw down reserves. While achieving the balanced budget, it also focused on the Council's priorities of greener faster, reducing the carbon emissions, and supporting the residents experiencing cost of living hardships. I don't have any hesitations in supporting the recommendations proposed in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atchell. And Councillor Lee, thank you.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I also applaud the Chief Financial Officer and the finance team for their diligence and a clear set of accounts. Thank you. And for containing the council tax rise to 2.6% less than the inflation rate. Can I also applaud the agreement by the Chief Finance Officer at the 8th of February Cabinet review of the HRA budget to agree to investigate the appropriateness for this council of a corporate natural capital accounting approach. And thinking about Councillor Cutler's comments about bland accounts, can I suggest that natural capital accounting, if used wisely, could help priorities decision-making in a more colourful way for budget setting and reporting with respect to nature, plus our climate emergency issues. In fact, our future budget construct could go one better than just using aspects of natural capital accounting in combination with the prescribed accounting framework for local authorities. We could also adopt triple bottom line accounting for additional transparent and more holistic understanding of our budget with respect to society, our residents, the environment, and not just the finance bottom line required under the local government accounting framework. These complementary accounting frameworks could add real additional benefit to our decision-making and all the good things we're doing to go greener faster. I support the general fund as presented And I look forward to seeing consideration of the new approaches that I've mentioned in our future accounts and the outcome of the TC25 findings to reduce our expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. I have no... Councillor Godfrey.
Madam Mayor, I wish to move an amendment to this item.
I feel that, yes, thank you, Councillor Godfrey. You wish to make an amendment. I heard that. May I please just ask Councillor Todd as seconder, would you just wish to... No, I know, but I have no more. So, right.
Can I assist, Madam Mayor?
I was going to say then that I feel we have debated and had a lot of questions, so shall we go straight to the amendment, Mrs.
Taylor?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. There's no need for me to be standing because you are where you are, which is completely correct. If Councillor Godfrey wishes to move an amendment, he may do so now if you're of the view that there has been sufficient questions and debate.
So, Councillor Godfrey, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wish to amend the recommended minutes by the addition of a new recommendation 2E, the removal of overnight parking charges in city centre car parks funded by the deletion of long-term vacant posts from the establishment. We have printed copies of this if you require, and amended copies of the amendment of the adjusted balance sheet.
Councillor Godfrey, do you have a seconder, please?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to second Councillor Godfrey
Thank
and
you.
reserve a right to speak.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest we just take 10 minutes so you can have a look at the wording, think about it, and if we need any advice from our 151 officer. Thank you. 10 minutes. Thank you. Two words, sir, before we go into debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This amendment, councillors will recall that back in November, the council voted not to support the petition to reinstate free parking between 7 p.m. and 8 a.m. In Winchester city centre car parks. I am proposing that this amendment to change the budget so drivers don't have to pay for overnight parking. During the debate on the petition, I gave the assurance to the petitioners that the Conservative group would remove this wholly unnecessary charge. When the charge for overnight parking was introduced, the justification for it was first given as to support growth in visitor numbers to Winchester city centre. Subsequently, the rationale was changed to decongesting the city centre in the evenings to provide a more pleasant environment for city centre users during the evening and enhance the appeal of active travel options whilst reducing emissions and improve air quality. What utter nonsense. Parking charges do not attract visitors. There is no air quality problem or congestion on the roads in Winchester in the evenings. Parked cars do not cause pollution. There are no buses going out of town after 8 p.m, and no one wants to wander around the out-of-centre car parks when it is dark. Although I have cycled home to South Winchester after council meetings, I only do it for very rarely, and then only because I like the thrill of doing something really dangerous. The only real justification for charging for overnight parking is to raise monies for the council's coffers. I'm not opposed to improvements in the finances of a council, but this administration only seems to know one way to do that: raise taxes, fees and charges. As I said earlier, most of the responses of this administration to the future financial uncertainties facing this council is to squeeze residents and visitors for more of their hard-earned cash. While it is sensible to be cautious about what future funding might come Winchester's way, the approach must be balanced to ensure success and acceptance through equity and fairness, which is why the removal of overnight parking charges should be funded by the removal of vacant posts from the establishment. There have been over 60 full-time equivalent vacancies for some time now. At the beginning of this month, there were 71 FTE vacant, with many of these having not been filled for over 6 months. Losing just 3 FTE from these vacant posts will not impact on the efficiency of the council, but will make Winchester a more welcoming place for those who live outside the town and for those trying to make a living in businesses based in the town. Continually raising parking fees discourages visitors from going to the theatre or having a meal in the centre or gathering for some community singing or attending an early morning service at the cathedral or taking a low-paid job at one of the hospitality venues that now dominate Winchester. Over a year, these parking charges add enormously to the costs incurred by people who have to travel into town by car. These charges are punitive and are restricting the local economy and are discouraging participation in community and cultural activities in the city. I ask you to support this amendment, which is a small change to the budget, but will have a significant impact on our residents and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. We will now debate on the amendment, please. No questions, debate. Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't be supporting this amendment. Councillor Godfrey is incorrect in a number of areas. First among which, there are a number of bus services late at night in Winchester. The number 1 runs until nearly midnight. The number 66 runs quite late. But I'm also proud that in this budget, we've protected the town forum funding for the night bus. So precisely at these times, we are funding bus services that run late at night, that allow people to go to their employment in the city centre, enjoy the hospitality venues, which are growing in number on the high street, and still be able to get home without having to rely on a private car. So I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brooke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to respond to the previous debate on this amendment to say what an incredibly city centre, city-focused response it was. Councillor Godfrey has submitted this because those who live outside of Winchester City who wish to come in and use, come to the cathedral, come to visit or come to restaurants in the evening are unable to do so, and the buses do not go to the rural areas. Therefore, I just wanted to object to the city centre focus and just reiterate the point of Councillor Godfrey's amendment is for those of us outside.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Tippett-Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to contribute to the last debate by saying that actually this budget was quite obviously a clear, caring and competent budget, and that the last thing that residents want in Winchester is some kind of buccaneering, high-risk budget plan, because, frankly, Trustonomics has no place in Winchester. Unfortunately, this amendment seems to be getting into the sort of Trustonomics sphere, because, I mean, what even is this amendment? What detail is there to this amendment? What notice has been given to help us all make an informed decision on it? These vacancies, are they filled by temporary workers currently? What functions are they? You know, how important are those functions? Have you got any evidence to back up your claims, Councillor Godfrey, about the impact you said about the overnight parking charges? No. In terms of coming into the city, outside the city, you can park at River Park Car Park, which is a 7-8 minute walk into town. Chesil Street Car Park, which is 5 or 6 minutes walk. Worthy Lane Car Park. There are plenty of options to avoid overnight car parking charges. There are very, very strong and clear rationales for these charges. There is absolutely no rationale whatsoever for this amendment, nor detail, nor evidence. So I don't think, as a council, we can properly support it.
Thank you. Councillor Loney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The point has been made that when you say remove vacant posts, we have no idea what the actual implications of that are, particularly long-term vacancies, who are often actually skilled workers who are in short supply and where we have real problems recruiting. A good example recently was the recently recruited energy manager. It took us 2 years to recruit him, and he's already helping us save money for this council and, of course, save carbon. We often have problems recruiting into areas such as enforcement. We have problems recruiting into areas such as special maintenance. There are lots of things where we really don't want to lose those posts if we can possibly recruit in them. The reason the budget is there is because there are things we as a council want to do. Now, at the moment, we may be restricted in doing that because of labour issues, but at some point, we hope that we will fill those posts. That's why the budget's there. If we didn't need the posts, then we've already been through them and removed them. It was never an issue about money when we extended chargeable hours in the city. We kept cheaper options during the day and free options at night and on Sundays, just a short walk from the city centre. And we're already seeing the impact of those price differentials on parking habits and reducing the traffic coming into the one-way system at all times of the day and night. This is in line with the movement strategy agreed by the County Council and the previous Conservative administration, which set out as a priority encouraging edge of town and park and ride parking through traffic management and parking strategies. I think it's important to remember that air quality issues are cumulative. It doesn't really matter when a car comes into town. It is still adding to the air pollution. It is simply worse at some times of day than it is at others. And to put those charges into perspective, the Wessex Hotel charges £15 for overnight car parking, while Colebrook Street car park opposite charges just £3.30. That's for the entire night. Our car parks are not free to run during the night. Overnight, we still provide lighting. We have people monitoring our CCTV to provide the additional security that people want. And I think it's important that we recognise that. The latest footfall figures for January show a 6.7% year-on-year increase, which is not a sign of a city which is being damaged by parking charges. Anybody who comes into town regularly knows just how busy it is. I think most of us were actually astonished at how busy it's been in January. Those of us who were out in the evening will tell you that a lot of the restaurants were actually rammed in the evening, which is unheard of in January. I think this was an amendment I was expecting in terms of what was going to be proposed, although I didn't know what was going to be used to pay for it. So it was predictable, and it is just downright wrong.
Councillor Cremoson, thank
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's fair to say that any organisation of any substantial size will always have vacancies. The fact that you have vacancies doesn't mean those headcount aren't needed. They are often desperately needed, and what happens is other people in the team kind of take up the slack, and other times things don't move as fast as the service users would like, because you don't have those teams. It's just, that's what happens when you have a big team, a big organisation. The council is running a TC25 programme, which I think is properly and rigorously assessing our resources across the organisation. And, you know, I'm sure there'll be times when they'll look at it and there'll be some tough questions about whether headcount is needed or not needed. And that is really the proper way to look at your organisation and decide if you need to shift numbers around or if you have opportunities to save money. It isn't, the right way is not to just make a statement like this and say, okay, we can save money and that will help us balance the books by taking something else out. I think our challenge really should be to be looking at whether there are opportunities in TC25 and do it in a more rigorous manner. But I think we also need to be challenging ourselves to fill those vacant posts because they deliver services that are valued by the community as a whole. So I clearly will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Horrell.
Madam Mayor, thank you. This amendment comes really with two aspects to it. One is obviously the car parking charges and the decision of this administration not to listen to a very significant petition given to them by residents last year. And these are ordinary people who are coming to us and commenting on the parking. They're not the ones necessarily in the restaurants. They might be the ones trying to go to a church service, coming to sing in the choir, young people trying to work in the city. And we don't think it's an unreasonable suggestion that the evening and overnight charges are reduced. And I'm sorry, but a number of the speakers are city-based councillors, and I'm afraid they don't understand the reality of living in the rural part of our district and the lack of public transport that exists and the choices that people are unable to make. We worked with the 151 officer to look for an opportunity to find some savings to be able to cover this cost in a responsible way. And we felt, working with the finance team, that just 3 vacancies out of 72 was not an unreasonable proposition. But of course, I'm sure we could all look at other areas for making those savings. But I think the arrogance I've heard tonight about you can get a night bus, I really wish that were the case in many of our rural communities, Councillor Reach. It just doesn't happen for most of us, as much as we would like it. And in fact, even during the day, many communities don't even have a regular service. And so they're driven to bringing their car to the city, and no matter what you say, that is their only choice. So, Madam Mayor, I hope that there will be positive consideration for this amendment, which is brought in good heart and good faith and with due consideration with the finance team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horrell. I will now call upon Councillor Bolton as seconder to the amendment, if you wish to, because you reserved your right to speak, sir, if you would like to respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to second this amendment and urge members of the Council to support it. It is true to say that there is little wiggle room in finances currently, but as Conservatives we would have different spending plans and would do things differently. It was of no surprise that at the first climate emergency decision day after the elections last May, the administration saw fit to introduce increased parking charges and the introduction of a new overnight parking fee for central car parks in Winchester. This represented another inflationary cost to hit customers of Winchester's nighttime economy. The restaurants, bars and gyms in the city have been crying out for support and help, and the administration looked the other way and introduced evening parking charges. At the time, in the supporting documentation, it became very apparent no proper assessment of the impact of introducing these charges had been made. No proper consultation had been undertaken in line with your services, your voice. Or for that matter, what the specific benefits this would bring in the pursuit of net zero and improving air quality. And as other members of the Air Quality Committee know, reduction in cars is a diminishing return now on air quality. At least some attempt to understand the impact this would have on the nighttime economy would have demonstrated some concern for the city's businesses rather than this reckless disregard dressed up as a higher pursuit. Needless to say, all hell broke out with opposition to this policy from many councillors and residents and culminating in a petition to council. Only then did the administration make any attempt to consult and reluctantly had to water down their initial plans dressed up as now listening to residents. It has recently been pointed out by the administration that the introduction of these parking charges has had little impact on footfall in the city centre. Thereby hangs the difference between us in our approach. Conservatives are looking to improve our economic indicators, and Lib Dems are looking to only demonstrate that the increase in parking charges has not negatively impacted. Well, Councillor Tippett-Cooper, unfortunately, according to the latest Winchester District Quarterly Economic Intelligence Dashboard, bit of a mouthful, the city centre footfall is down. The latest PMI survey data suggests business activity is deteriorating in the last quarter of 23. The retail sales volumes are unexpectedly down by 0.3% in October, but were 1.1 revised, I hasten to add, but were 1.1% down in September 23. So there you have some numbers. They're not looking pretty. I'm sure the administration will blame the government for all our economic problems, breezing over world economic instability and failing to look at what they are doing which impacts this. As one moves down the political hierarchy of government, there are fewer and fewer levers that we can pull to stimulate the economy. I implore you to support this amendment and pull one of those few levers you have at your discretion and play your part in doing what you can to stimulate economic activity in the city centre. Please reverse these parking charges and support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. So, Councillor Cutler, as proposer of the original recommendation, would you like a final response, sir?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hadn't particularly prepared a response, but I find it interesting that Councillor Godfrey, in his earlier comments, was complaining about the speed at which we do things. And then he's suggesting we cut the capacity to carry on doing the things that we do. All the evidence on the car parking side of things, Councillor Bolton came out with a whole series of statistics that probably suited his particular view, and I'm sure we could find similar statistics to suit the views the other way round. There has been very little evidence that there has been any impact on businesses in the city, as we've pointed out, and you know, I come from outside the city, I'd quite happily park in Chesil, park in Worthy Lane. You know, it's free. So, you know, this obsession with needing that extra 100 yards to come into the one-way system seems bizarre, and I think probably is latching on to the tendency within the Conservative Party at the moment to be encouraging the car industry as much as they possibly can, rather than looking at climate. So, for those reasons, of course, I will not be supporting this amendment. Making decisions like this on the hoof. I mean, Councillor Godfrey's admitted to me in the past he will put an amendment in at every budget council because he can.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will now vote on the amendment. I believe a recorded vote. Am I correct? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, yes, you are correct.
Yes, I thought so. Thank you. Mr. Blakemore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members, to assist, once the information is loaded onto your consoles, please press the highlighted boxes to the right-hand side of your screen. You will see a tick in the right-hand corner against the vote that you wish to cast, which indicates that your vote has been recorded. Before the vote is closed, you are able to change your vote, but please ensure that the tick is showing against the vote that you do wish to cast. Please raise your hand if you're having any difficulty, and an officer will come and assist you. Members, please bear with us while we're just loading the information onto your consoles. Members, we close the vote in a few more moments. Members, please can I confirm that everybody's cast their vote? Thank you, members. So, members, the outcome of the recorded vote is as on the screens there. The amendment proposed by Councillor Godfrey has not been carried. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore. So the amendment is lost, so the motion remains as original. Thank you. So I'm going back to the original motion, and I'm going to ask if Councillor Todd, you reserved your right as seconder, if you would like to speak now, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor. Yes, indeed, and a bit like the first debate, again, we face challenging times. Again, we're working to tackle the climate emergency, support people with the challenges of the cost of living crisis, supporting Pride in Place, and delivering improved services and financial sustainability while having one of the lowest council tax increases in Hampshire. And it's hard to exaggerate how much we should value that. I was at Hampshire Full Council this morning and the picture was very different. It's an incredibly challenging experience. It's a bleak experience. Nobody was really having any fun when we talked about the general fund budget. So this isn't a budget where we're hiking tax and being forced to cut services. We have one of the lowest council tax increases in Hampshire, if not the lowest, and at the same time we're investing to improve our services. We're going to be going greener faster, cutting carbon and increasing recycling. We're going to be supporting the cost of living with the Council Tax Support Fund and the Exceptional Financial Fund and the extra funding for the Preventing Homelessness strategy. We continue with our investment in Pride in Place and all the other improvements we're looking to make across the board. Now, I appreciate the point that Councillor Godfrey made about we're right not to be complacent about the future financial situation. And the TC25 programme that we've put in place says that we're not. And I can assure him that most of the savings we plan through TC25 are just that, savings. Councillor Bolton talked about different decisions and different priorities. And let's not forget the decisions and priorities that we've seen happen today. The Conservative Party today voted to increase council tax by £72.99 and cut services. And the Liberal Democrats increased council tax by £4.07 in order to improve services. And that's an important difference between the two parties and where we stand today. So the motion, the budget in front of us is carefully thought through, it's prudent, it's thinking to the future, it's keeping taxes down, and at the same time, it's driving ahead with our policy agendas, with the priorities that we've set before the people of the Winchester district, and will deliver, I genuinely believe, a greener district, a fairer district, and a stronger council. So I ask everybody please to support it tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Councillor Cutler, would you wish to sum up, please?
Councillor Clear, I think. Sorry, Madam Mayor. I think there's been a substantial debate here, and Council wouldn't wish me to continue talking. Councillor Todd has summed up admirably, and I just urge everyone to support the budget.
Thank you. Mrs. Kirkman, did you wish to come in here? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's just a reminder that a recorded vote is now been required to be taken. Members, a reminder, these are recommendations 1 through 9 of the recommended minute of Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you. And may I just say that, as is required by legislation, I now put recommendations 1 through to 9 to a recorded vote. Members' officers will now load the necessary information onto the console at the base of your microphone unit, and I will advise when this has been completed and that we are ready to commence the recorded vote. But please note that you will each vote if you are in favour of the recommendations or against the recommendations or wish to indicate that you are abstaining. Thank you.
Members, if that is everyone who's cast their vote, we will now close the vote. Madam Mayor, I can confirm that the recommendations 1 through to 9 have been carried. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, members. The outcome of, the outcome of the recorded vote is as presented on the screens, and I can confirm that the recommendations 1 to 9 are agreed. Mrs. Kirkman, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A recorded vote is now required to be taken on recommendations 10 through 13 of the recommended minute of Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you. So once again, as required by legislation, I will now put recommendations 10 through to 13 to a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe the votes have now been cast. And I can confirm that recommendations 10 through to 13 have been cast and have duly been agreed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, members. The outcome of the recorded vote is as presented on the screens, and I can confirm that the recommendations 10 to 13 are agreed. Mrs. Kirkman, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members, Council is now required to consider the Council Tax Resolution for 24-25 on pages 85 to 88 of your agenda pack. This also includes 2 annexes for information. I'd like to remind members of the amendments to the Council tax base at point 2, originally on page 86, and the subsequent adjustments at point 5, originally on pages 87. These are in the hard copy in front of you and highlighted. And again, legislation requires a recorded vote.
Thank you. So, members, once again, I now put the Council tax resolution for 2024 to 25 to a recorded vote as required by the regulations. I would advise when we are ready to commence, and I think we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Everyone has now cast their vote.
I think, may I? Yeah. So thank you, members. The outcome of the recorded vote is as presented on the screens, and I can confirm that the council tax resolution on pages 85 to 88 of your agenda pack is agreed. Thank you. So moving on, members, the next item of business this evening is agenda item 7, consideration and determination of the recommended minute of Cabinet held on the 8th of February 2024 regarding the capital investment strategy for 2024 to 2035. 34. Mrs. Kirkman, may I ask you to introduce?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Agenda item 7 is the recommended minute of the Cabinet meeting held on the 8th of February 24 regarding the capital investment strategy for 2024 to 2034. And this is set out on your agenda on page 6. And in the extract of the draft minutes of Cabinet, which are on pages 93 to 94 of your agenda pack. Report CAB 3443 refers, and this is also included in your agenda pack on pages 95 to 138. In summary, the recommended minute of Cabinet is for Council to agree the capital investment strategy, including the specifics as set out in the recommended minute and the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirkman. Councillor Cutler, would you move the recommended minute of Cabinet, please?
Madam Mayor, I so move.
Do I have a seconder, please?
I do.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. And do you reserve your right to speak, sir? Thank you. Would you like to introduce? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Capital Investment Strategy report sets out the Council's capital spending programme and the principles which underpin this in order to deliver the desired outcomes as set out in the Council plan. It details the overall programme for the next 10 years, how it is financed, the governance around it, the appetite for risk, and the impact on the Council's medium-term financial strategy. The capital programme totals £444.7 million over the next 10 years, of which £39 million is in the General Fund and £405.7 million relating to the HRA. Appendix A provides the capital programme by project divided into approved for spend and subject to appraisal. Key projects in this programme are also detailed in the report. The strategy sets out the approval process and project programme management protocols. It also includes, in the body of the report and Appendix F, several prudential indicators as required by the SIPFA Code and the Department of Levelling Up Housing and Communities statutory investment guidance. The paper's been widely discussed both in scrutiny and at Cabinet, and questions of clarification answered, but no proposals for any changes. So I'd urge Council to approve the Cabinet's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. Questions, please. Councillor Power.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I note that the £1 million for the Dean car park is still in the capital budget. In the light of the 48% increase in construction costs reported in the HRA paper, I suspect that is unlikely to be enough. As yet, no improved planning application has been brought forward, and I have chased that today with the developer. But I would like some assurance that the administration would smile kindly on any request for further funding. It would be the only off-street car park in Alresford that would be owned by the City Council. And as I'm sure you'll recognise, I prefer us running the car parks rather than anybody else. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cutler.
Thank you, Councillor Power, and I'm sure once we get some further costings on this, we will consider them at the correct time, but we know this is a project that's important to Alresford.
Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hate wasting money. On the last agenda item, we heard from the Cabinet member that the public sector is facing the most significant financial challenges and demand pressures in living history, which makes wasting money even worse in these challenging times. And yet this appears to be exactly what's happening at the old River Park Leisure Centre. Planning approval for the new Winchester Sport and Leisure Park was received in November 2018. Ever since then, the council has known that River Park Leisure Centre will be shutting its doors. And yet, over 5 years later, there still doesn't seem to be a plan for this site. It's difficult to understand the ongoing delays and why this site in a prime Winchester location is being left destitute. Moreover, this leads to questions on whether there are opportunities that are being missed on other parts of the portfolio. For example, the council owns a £71 million commercial investment property portfolio, which only delivered 3% net income last year. Are opportunities being missed in these wider areas? I appreciate it may not be possible to address all these questions this evening, but I would ask that we get more information on the utilisation of council-owned assets going forward. But anything you can provide just now would be appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor Cutler.
Yes, I'm not quite sure what sort of answer Councillor Wallace sort of answered his own question, that it was very difficult to provide information here and now about asset management. But I can assure you we will discuss it further in the future.
Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking at page 96, which refers to a Cabinet statement at the end, I presume, of their debate, where it defines the amount of money being put into the Guildhall to improve the safety, fire safety within that building. This is very useful and needed, and I'm not questioning that. What I would remind Council was that when it came to the debate about spending the BAPSI money, there was a lot of opposition from certain members of the Council, but eventually a decision was made to spend that money, and if I recall, the BAPSI money by that time was about 1.2 million, and now we still are spending money. I think we've passed 2 and going towards 3 million in order to maintain and upgrade the Guildhall in order to increase the availability for letting. Now, yes, that money has to be spent. That's the reality. Otherwise, we've got a building that's really becomes unfit for purpose, and we can't accept that in the estate. But what about Abbey House? You're talking there about the need to spend money. Are we going to fall into the trap that nothing is going to be done about Abbey House, and yet we've got the notional idea we're going to lease that for various venues, and that is desirable as long as, of course, it remains the one of the 6 within the country that actually contains the Mayor's office. Now, that may for some be a bit of a waste of time, but if you're going to extend the use of that building, then money has to be spent on it. For example, 2 toilets, and you want to increase the use of that building, I'm sorry, that's not going to be enough. There are no showers in that building. The roof needs extensive work. We've known this for several years. There was a survey, one of the officers in the past calculated at that time, and I think it must be getting on for 10 years ago now, was £2 million needed to put into that building in order to make it a suitable venue for leasing. Now, that money, that has got to be updated.
Is that the question?
Money's got to be spent if you want to use it for what you say you want to use it, because at present, it's just falling to pieces.
So your question is, yes. Okay.
unfortunately, Councillor Pearson, I didn't quite hear a question in there. I think I answered your concerns about Abbey House when in a previous question, where looking at our assets and sort of, as Councillor Wallace's question as well, is a key part of the TC25 process. It's looking at the use of our assets and the expenditure that might be required. So Abbey House and the Guildhall are both particular difficulties which I think the administrations for years have been grappling with, as they cost a lot to maintain and they're quite difficult to achieve a huge amount of income from. But again, that is a process we will be looking at as part of the TC25 process.
Thank you. I appear to have no more questions, so I'm going into debate, ladies and gentlemen. Debate, please. Councillor Horrell.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I note with interest the capital programme this evening and see so many of the projects initiated at the time of Conservative leadership in the council, which is really encouraging. But where are we now on many of those projects? Central Winchester, which I'm passionate about, many of you will know, still waiting to get off the starting blocks after taking months to sign the development agreement after an excellent SPD produced in June 2018, and then the agreement with the developer. 5 years on from the approval, the Friarsgate medical practice eventually demolished in recent weeks. And we've had lipstick on the gorilla, using another person's quote, some of you will remember, at King's Walk. But what do we have to show for all those years in this part of the city that's really meaningful and that we all agree needs to progress and improve? River Park, no action for 2 years. I agree with Councillor Wallace. Having given the University of Southampton 5 years to give us a proposal. In the meantime, we're dealing with a failing River Park facility, an absolute waste of a council asset, languishing with no meaningful progress as to the future. Is it that this administration is slow? Or are you reluctant to take some decisions? Or are you worried that people won't agree with what you decide? Development and enhancement in the district takes courage, as we demonstrated in the decision to build a new sport and leisure centre at Bar End, which we all know is working well and really appreciated by residents. Loved by all now, despite those who tried to hamper its approval at the time. And thank you, Councillor Thompson, for your endorsement of this valuable facility. It really is a great thing that we have done. We have a beautiful district offering opportunities for enhancement and growth with the appropriate investment. We have assets, many of them, and resources. We should harness those and bring them forward to help our residents. We should have pride in our place and look after our assets and enhance them. And by the way, that's a manifesto commitment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm struggling with this one because I'm struggling to find the evidence that we're making the most of our assets. Councillor Horrell has listed some of those instances. So yes, whilst, you know, there comes a point where we need a bit more information than just, it's all right, we're sorting it out. If we're to support this, we need a bit more information to justify and to explain to us why we should support this when we do see things that are slipping. You know, there are projects that are slipping. There are we're not being provided with information about others. I think we're beyond the point where we're just saying, you know, trust us, it's okay, is good enough. Thank you.
Councillor Godfrey, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the recent Cabinet Regeneration meeting, Councillor Todd stated that the Central Winchester Regeneration Project is being delivered at pace. Unless progress is being compared to the speed of a glacier, his statement is hyperbole. Even the development agreement has not been signed after a whole year. Looking at the capital programme for the General Fund, we've got £6.5 million set aside for this coming year. Over £2 million of that is from external sources. Added to that, another little over £2 million comes from developers' contributions through the SIL fund. But despite this, 2/3 of the money is coming from outside sources. No project in the capital programme is being delivered at pace. I can only give advice to the administration, but my cricket captain would call out to me when I blocked another ball on a run chase. Get a blooming move on.
Councillor Tippett-Cooper.
Well, I do think Conservative councillors may need to just open their eyes a little bit when they walk around Winchester. So I think when I came onto the council 3 years ago, there was this big intractable problem of city centre regeneration. It was said, oh, it's impossible, there's all these difficulties, all these complexities, all these legal challenges. And within the time that I've been a councillor, just 3 years, we have now finally, as an administration, unpicked that huge and complex problem, and we're finally seeing spades in the ground, development happening on that site. It is absolutely excellent that is happening. That is part of this capital strategy, and it's something that reflects throughout this council. I've heard about things, concerns about River Park. Just go to River Park. There's a new toilet block. There's a new playground. There's refurbishment of the football pitches. It is a vibrant, beautiful place to go to. Yes, River Park Leisure Centre, that is still being, discussion is still going on with the university, but a plan was put in place there. In terms of not capital expenditure, not seeing any effect, I think Councillor Godfrey needs to go and see the new King George Pavilion. That is absolutely sensational. It's going to be a hub and home for girls' football, a sport that I know he's very, very passionate about. So I don't recognise any of the comments by the Conservative councillors. It's like they've not actually read this paper, which is a veritable shopping list of, it's not even a shopping list, it's a list of things that are happening, which are absolutely superb, which this administration is delivering. And I fully support this, this paper.
Thank you. Councillor Prest, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's interesting that the Conservative councillors want to take us back in time to when they were in charge of the administration. And I don't blame them, frankly, because that would take us back to a time before Truss, before Kwarteng, before Sunak, before Brexit. And frankly, the rest of us are having to put up with that mess now and change things and look forwards and make things better. So I understand that they're a Conservative party. I understand that they want to preserve things, but the rest of us don't have that luxury, and time is upon us to try and do something to change and make good on the problems that they have left us with.
Councillor Becker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also don't recognise the Winchester district that the Conservatives seem to be living in at the moment. Looking around our district, we have the amazing new KGV pavilion. If you haven't gone to see it, go and see it. Councillor Todd and I did a visit on Monday. It is beautiful. It is fantastic. It is going to be such an asset for not just for our city, but for our district. I'm sorry, all I can hear is people talking. No one is listening. Was it your project? Well done. It's lovely. We have seen it through on double the size and seen it delivered. So well done us. We've put forward 1.47 million for the improvements to the football club, which at North River Park, which again is going to be a fantastic asset for our district, not just for our city, but for our district. We've put money in play areas. I have young children, Councillor Tippett Cooper has young children. We really value the play areas that this council has invested so much money in over a period of time. Through the Town Forum funding, we provide some of the best play areas that you will see in the country. Believe me, I've done my tours. I know what it's like. We're putting money into Meadowside to renovate that facility. So again, a project outside of the city that will benefit from this strategy. Go and visit these places, honestly.
Thank you, Councillor Becker.
Thank you. I would like to remind you about the belittling question we have coming on. Caroline?
Yep, thank you. Councillor Todd, you've reserved your right to speak. Would you like to? No, sir. Thank you.
Yes, I'm very happy to. And again, I'm very grateful to Councillor Cutler for pulling together this capital programme and setting out, again, how we will be delivering our priorities. Let's not forget that we have large elements of capital expenditure coming up that relate to waste, for example, which are not things that we've had that were in place when we took over, and a vital part of delivering our priorities. As Councillor Prest highlighted, the development environment we face at the moment is infinitely harder due to the Conservative Party's completely failed management of the economy. And despite this, the GP surgery, which was blocked under the Conservatives and delivered by the Liberal Democrats. We see the Winnell Flats being completed. We see the King George V Pavilion designed and delivered by the Liberal Democrats. The fantastic new football club confirmed, designed and delivered by the Liberal Democrats. And in central Winchester, it was always the plan that there would be pragmatic, meanwhile, uses of parts of the site. So we've seen Friars Gate coming down and the successful refurbishment to King's Walk, which was always part of the plan. And if you talk to people in Winchester, they will tell you that that is a real success that is making a huge difference to that part of the town. As we said at the meeting, just to confirm, the development agreement is signed. We have set out a careful and deliberate way forward. And the reason we have done this is the previous approach failed. You know, we have had the catastrophe of Silver Hill, and we have rightly taken a different approach in how we will deliver in the future. We are rightly asking that the development partner that we're working with is rightly doing consultation because of the nature of the agreement. Yes, they operate within the constraints of the SPD, but they also have to set their own priorities based on what they hear back from the consumer. And we are taking that careful and deliberate way forward. We will see the development delivery plan in July, which will give people a lot more detail about how this programme is going to develop. But it's complex and it's difficult, and it will be done with care and consultation. We care about this city. We are not having Silver Hill Mark II. We're going to have something that's infinitely better due to the process and the capital programme and the approach that we've laid out. So this capital programme underpins everything that we've been talking about earlier today. It underpins our commitment to go greener faster. It underpins our commitment to pride in place. We are proud of Winchester. We care about Winchester. We want to make it better. And it is also part of our pragmatic and careful approach to managing the council's resources. And as such, because it drives our priorities, because it will make our district a better place, I do ask you all to support the capital programme here tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Councillor Cutler, would you like to sum up, please?
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think once again, Councillor Todd has summed up admirably, and I'm sure Council don't want to hear me wittering on further. So I move it to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. So the recommended minute of Cabinet as set out on the agenda on page 6 and in the extract of minutes on pages 93 to 94 to be approved. Please may I see, we're doing a show of hands on this one. All those in favour, please. I will ask, though, those against, ladies and gentlemen. Abstentions? Thank you. So the recommended minute of Cabinet is agreed. Members, the next item of business this evening is agenda item 8, consideration and determination of the recommended minute of Cabinet held on the 8th of February 2024 regarding the Treasury Management Strategy 2024 to 25. Mrs. Kirkman, may I ask you to please introduce?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Agenda item 8 is the recommended minute of the Cabinet meeting held on the 8th of February 2024 regarding the Treasury Management Strategy 24-25. This is set out on your agenda on page 7 and in the extract on the draft minutes of Cabinet, which is on page 139 of your agenda pack. Report CAB 3446 refers, and this is also included in your agenda pack on pages 141 to 170. In summary, the recommended minute of Cabinet is for Council to agree the Treasury Management Strategy, including the specifics, as set out in the recommended minute and the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirkman. Councillor Cutler, would you move the recommended minute of Cabinet, please?
Madam Mayor, I so move, and I have a seconder.
Is that Councillor Todd?
I think Councillor Todd will second this.
Thank you. And would you like to reserve your right? I would. Thank you. Thank you. So, into questions, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, sorry, again. Councillor Cutler, so sorry.
I have a very brief introduction to this paper, Madam Mayor. I know you're in a rush, and it is a requirement of the SIPFA Treasury Management Code that all councils approve a Treasury Management Strategy. The strategy set out in this report has been produced with the input of Hampshire County Council Investments and Borrowing Team, who manage the cash balances, investment of surplus cash, and sourcing of short-term borrowing, and also with the input from Arling Close, the Council's Treasury advisors. The strategy sets out the forecast borrowing need based on the capital investment strategy and the general fund and HRA budgets, the borrowing strategy, the investment strategy, and treasury management and prudential indicators. The key changes to the strategy this year is a decrease in the limits on investments beyond 1 year. The limit has been reduced from 25 million to 20 million, reflecting lower forecast cash and investment balances that the Council hold. The paper has been discussed, not in great depth, but has been discussed at the Scrutiny Committee, and questions of clarification have been answered. So, Madam Mayor, I urge Council to approve Cabinet's recommendations and would be happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. And I'm sorry, I've done that twice to you tonight. My sincere apologies. Questions, ladies and gentlemen? Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to see the adherence to the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, allied to the Net Zero Banking Alliance for Investment Decision Making. But can I ask when the environment, social and governance factors will be used for investment decisions, as there are ESG systems that now might suit our purposes? I'm also pleased to see we will not make equity investments either directly or indirectly into companies directly involved in fossil fuel industry. However, directly in that sentence involved or implies indirectly is suitable. I don't know whether it's a case of the way it's written. Do we really mean this? And if so, can I ask for an updated approach at the earliest opportunity for indirect investments in the fossil fuel industry to be excluded? At para 16.14, the pooled funds approach makes sense to allow diversification, but without a clearer prescription, it's not clear how the climate and nature damaging investments can be avoided. I'd be grateful for clarification on these issues.
Thank you. Councillor Cutler.
Thank you for questions, Councillor Lee. They're questions of great detail that I will confess that I can't answer at this, here and now. In terms of the fossil fuel, our intention was direct and indirect investments, and that was always our intention. But the rest of the detail, I think I would have to take offline here.
Thank you. No more questions? Then I will go straight to debate. Debate, ladies and gentlemen. No debate? Sorry, was there? No. Then I will ask Councillor Todd if you would like to speak as a seconder. Thank you.
Yes, I can hardly cope with dealing with the tirade of argument that's come forward in the debate. No, on a serious note, we're very grateful to our colleagues at Hampshire for the professional advice that they provide on this. This is a good example of where the local government family can work together for the good of all our residents, and I would ask you to back what we have in front of us tonight as a pragmatic and prudent way forward. It's all part of a sensible and prudent way of managing the council's finances, which, as we've highlighted at several points this evening, puts us in very good stead to deal with the challenges of the years ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Cutler, do you wish to sum up, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the lack of questions, and I'm not sure if the lack of questions is because Council is confident that we're doing the right thing, or people haven't understood the detail. I hope it's the former rather than the latter, but I would remind councillors that Arlene Close, our advisors, every year give a very good presentation on the detail and the economic circumstances that provides the backdrop to their advice on this, and I'd urge all councillors to attend that Teams meeting if they have the opportunity to, because it is really important for understanding how our surplus is at the moment, but in the future how our borrowing will be dealt with. So I'd urge you to support this Treasury management strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Cutler. And thank you. Is the recommended minute of Cabinet as set out on the agenda on page 7 and in the extract of minutes on page 139 approved? Please may I see a show of hands. Those in favour, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I believe that's carried, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. The recommended minute of Cabinet is agreed then. The next item of business this evening is agenda item 10, changes to committee memberships. Mrs. Kirkman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been notified of the following changes to memberships of committees. For the Planning Committee, Councillor Williams and Councillor Vivian Atchwell are to swap their existing roles as members and deputy members of the committee. To confirm, Councillor Williams is to be a full member, replacing Councillor Vivian Atchwell, who will now become a deputy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirkman. I will now go to questions from members of council. Thank you. So members who have submitted questions will be invited to read out their question, which will be in the order that they are published on the council's website. And a reminder also that our procedure is that only the questionnaire is able to ask one supplementary question and should indicate accordingly. And members are reminded that our procedure rules now allow a total time occupied and shall not exceed 40 minutes. So, councillors, in turn, I will ask you your question and the Cabinet member will respond. And can I ask that any supplementary question is succinct and to the point? And as a reminder, written answers will be published to the questions and submitted on the website. Thank you. So I will now, Councillor Bolton, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Never been first. Do the administration agree that the consultation proposal, Hampshire Together, modernising our hospitals and health services, conducted by the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Integrated Care Board and Hampshire Hospitals NHS Foundation Trust, is not a political issue? And do the administration agree that this council's objective should be to encourage all residents to engage with the NHS to understand the true facts and make their views known to the NHS in this process? Thank you.
Councillor Becker.
Thank you. It's slightly odd to do the opposite, and thank you for the question. I'm afraid I disagree. The subject of the consultation, the future and the location of NHS hospital services for our residents, is without question a political issue. Hampshire Together is, as stated in the first line on its own website, part of the government's new hospital programme. The inclusion in that programme is therefore a political decision. The decisions about timing and funding availability for any potential new hospitals is also a decision for the government, therefore a political decision. However, the political nature of the decision goes beyond that, and perhaps this is where you and I disagree about what counts as political. Politics isn't a dirty word. Politics is representation. It is therefore absolutely right for the council and for local politicians to raise concerns that residents bring them and to raise concerns that they have for themselves. Like many people I speak to, I want to know more about what exactly is meant by the urgent care and maternity proposals and what that means for us. I want to understand how people who rely on public transport are expected to access the new hospital and what the Trust is doing to ensure that public transport is available and affordable. I represent some of the people in the most deprived areas of this district, most of whom, or a large proportion of whom, do not have access to a private vehicle. So of course I will ask questions about what the proposals are likely to mean for them. I know that you think that asking these questions is political, as if that's a bad thing, but call me naive, but I've got another way of describing it. It's called doing our job. As for the second part of our question, it's absolutely right for the questions ask it's absolutely right to ask residents to respond on their own account, which is why we've been doing our part to make sure that the public is engaged in the decision-making process. That is why this council held a meeting in public to hear about the proposals where the Trust was present. It's why members of the public, as well as councillors, were able to ask questions at that meeting and have answers. It is why at that meeting I specifically asked questions about the consultation and how Hampshire Together was seeking to make sure that the views of people from across Hampshire, from all walks of life, were able to be heard and represented before any further decisions were made. It's also why I asked questions about whether the timings for events had taken into account the needs of working people. It's why I've publicised the Hampshire Together consultation and the listening events at multiple meetings of Cabinet. It's why we keep publicising the events on our social media pages, because the public's views, as well as questions about the proposals, matter.
Councillor Bolton, do you have a supplementary?
I might do. It is hugely unhelpful in this consultation process conducted by the NHS for the Liberal Democrat general election candidate to be distributing campaign literature stating that Conservatives plan to axe local health services in Winchester A&E. That's the political I mean. We were pleased to receive clarification from the panel at the HEP committee meeting with the Hampshire Isle of Wight ICB and Hampshire Hospital NHS Trust Foundation that this is an independent consultation process run by them and that the decision over the options presented and the feedback received will also be made by them. The panel also confirmed categorically that this process is not influenced by party politics, as suggested by Danny Chambers, and that no undue influence on the outcome has been brought by any Conservative or member of the government. Will the administration join me in condemning this sort of misleading and false campaign propaganda spread by the Liberal Democrat candidate, Danny Chambers, and his attempts to politically weaponise this very important consultation? I thank you.
Yes, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Becker, I believe Councillor Todd would like to reply to that.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
Yes, as colleagues know, Councillor Beckel is a civil servant by day and a councillor by night, so it's probably best if I comment on this one. Your response takes me back to a meeting in Basingstoke in September 2023, when the Conservative Minister for the Hospitals Programme, Lord Markham, and his civil servant colleagues met with me, the leader of Basingstoke and Deane, our associated chief executives, and various Conservative MPs, and the decisions that he, a Conservative minister, was taking to shape and prioritise the hospital programme. Decisions on timing, decisions on prioritisation, decisions on potential sites, decisions on the use of system building and the so-called Hospital 2.0, and yes, very actively, directly involved in my presence in discussions about the potential site and the choices of configuration that were being set up, and also touching on a equally political decision that had not been taken, that has not been taken, not least because it's in 2 parliaments' time, the decision to fund, which despite the lack of the discussion that's gone on, is not funded because it's not yet been included in the appropriate financial strategy. So these are Conservative Party decisions, and for you to say that it's not being done on a political basis, well, I've been in the room with those Conservative MPs and Conservative ministers, and it's simply not true that this is a completely apolitical process. Now, I accept that what is being done through the consultation is being done by the NHS on its own behalf. And the response to that consultation, and it's important that people respond, and that's why this council has been publicising it. It is important, and it's important that people do respond, because what we've learned from our various councillor colleagues is how different the experience is for different people. You know, if you live in Mitchell Devastation, your concerns about transport are completely different from somebody who lives in Bishop's Waltham. If you're thinking of having a family, then you're very interested in the question of what's going to happen with maternity care. If you have elderly relatives, you're very interested in what happens with step up and step down care. And all of us who live in Winchester or who use Winchester as our A&E are very interested in what exactly is meant by the urgent care proposals that are being talked about. It's an incredibly important question, and one which, I mean, I listened to the video, unfortunately I couldn't be there, of the meeting. I still don't feel I understand it to the degree that I would like in terms of really understanding what is on offer. I thought it was a very good scrutiny that was run by colleagues. I thought it was helpful. I thought it revealed some things. I think it helped me understand, for example, some of the travel implications better than I did. It was helpful to understand that a lot of the services that people might be worried were moving to Basingstoke aren't, but some of them are. And those are ones that people are concerned about. And I think it's right, and it is a political discussion. I mean, it's political and a discussion even within the Conservative Party. So the Conservative MPs for Basingstoke and for Meon Valley have been pretty clear that they have more or less unconditional support for the proposals for a new hospital at Junction 7. The Conservative MP for Winchester, and his latest Winchester post, signally fails to state a view. And indeed, if you go to his website, the most recent, and he is a very influential, was involved in the Public Accounts Committee review of the programme, and is obviously chair of the Health Select Committee. I had the honour and pleasure of giving evidence to him the other day. Very serious on health issues. The most recent post on his website sticks to his historic line of clinicians need to make the clinical case, but singularly fails to say if he thinks they have. And the Conservative parliamentary candidate for Eastleigh, if you go to his website, on the front page, is running a campaign to save the A&E. So there's political discussion even within the Conservative Party. And to me, that is a reasonable thing. But I do think you need to separate the two things. And I think we also need to focus on the role of the council. It is absolutely right for the council and for local politicians to raise the concerns that people bring them and the other concerns that they have and the insights, and to express views on those, to raise questions they have themselves, to take the evidence that we heard at the Scrutiny Committee and make a submission on behalf of our residents that expresses the concerns they have. And it's also absolutely right to ask residents to respond on their own account. But this is a political issue. It is absolutely right. The NHS is the concern that people have at the moment when you go and talk on the doorsteps. They are concerned about the state of GP services. They are concerned about the state of dentistry. They're concerned about the sustainability of pharmacies and whether they will continue to exist. And yes, they're concerned about their hospital. And as politicians, as people who engage with the public and seek to bring their views forward, we have every right, we have a duty to respond to that. And I make no apology for myself or my colleagues or any Conservative or anyone else that seeks to engage in that debate.
Thank you. Question 2, Councillor Press.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to ask a question. And if I may, briefly, thank you for everything that you do for us in this chamber and for the people of our district. Your winning combination of service and leadership offers me a good segue for my question.
Well, thank you so much.
Walking through the city centre in the run-up to Christmas, it was easy to come to a series of conclusions. That the city was thriving, that the Christmas market stallholders and our shopkeepers were doing brisk business, and finally, that whilst occasionally stretched to its limits, Winchester's infrastructure, transport and indeed parking absorbed the influx admirably. Indeed, a casual glance at last week's esteemed Hampshire Chronicle revealed the high street vacancy rate is at its lowest rate since 2019, and that Winchester Cathedral experienced a 20% rise in attendance at its Christmas services. Can the Cabinet Member for Business and Culture please confirm for the Council this anecdotal evidence of a bumper Winchester Christmas with any hard data around footfall and visitor numbers for the period?
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Councillor Prest, for your question. Yes, I am delighted to confirm that the data suggests that we did indeed have a bumper Christmas in Winchester this year. In evidence gathered by the bid, footfall in our high street in December was up by 3.5% compared with December 2022, and an average footfall per day of just under 30,000 people. That is huge. This is better than the national picture, where footfall levels remain unchanged during 2023 and 2022. Our vacancy rate in the high street remains at 5%, which is much lower than the national average, less than half. And business confidence across all sectors, both independents and nationals, is 7 on a scale of 1 to 10. Our partners also had a good Christmas, with the Winchester Science Centre's Cosmic Christmas sold out for the first year. Glow Marwell 2023 saw their number of visitors doubled compared with the same event in 2022. And the Cathedral, as you rightly said, had a 20% uplift in Christmas attendance at their Christmas services. We have also spoken to a number of street market traders who confirmed that Christmas 2023 was very good for them. And local pubs have reported record-breaking trade during the Christmas period. Our own social media also worked well, with visits to the Visit Winchester website up by a whopping 77% compared with 2022, and entries to our 12 Days of Christmas competition were up by 50%. And of course, all of this couldn't happen without our strong partnership working between the Council, Winchester Bid and the Cathedral. Each organisation played their part in making sure that residents and visitors alike could really enjoy all that our beautiful city has to offer over the festive period in a safe and welcoming environment. Thank you.
Did you have a supplementary, Councillor Prest?
I do, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a perhaps overused truism that success breeds success. And there is potentially the possibility that our small medieval city might not be able to cope with future pre-Christmas visitors. What planning and preparation are council and officers doing to future-proof Winchester's ongoing success?
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for the supplementary. I absolutely agree that going forward we will need to ensure that growing numbers of visitors, particularly over the Christmas period, but not only that period, there's also quite, the High Street gets really busy in summer as well, but that those busy periods are managed appropriately. We are already in conversations with both the Winchester Bid and the Cathedral about how Christmas will be managed at the end of this year, and both organisations already have dates for the lights switch on, for example, and the start of the Christmas market. Undoubtedly, we need to do more about signage, as anecdotally there is still evidence that visitors ask directions to the Christmas market, thinking that our own street market is the Christmas market. And this is in spite of the banner that we did put up in the High Street this year. So better signage is clearly needed. But also it will be about informing visitors about our wider district and encouraging them to visit our market towns who equally have their own Christmas events. And that will mean working collaboratively with our town and parish councils and chambers of commerce across the district to promote these events. And just by way of an example, and something because your question was centred around the city centre footfall, but the south of our district hosts the Whiteley Shopping Centre, which again is a really important centre for those folks living in that part of the district. And this year they saw a 7% increase in footfall from this year and up on last year. And sales were up by 8%, versus December 2022. So higher footfall, not just in our city centre here, but also in our market towns and larger settlements, just benefits both residents and businesses alike. And we need to encourage the visitors and residents to go to not only come to city centre, but actually go to the market towns too. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 3, Councillor Godfrey.
If there's time, Madam Mayor. The portfolio holder is aware of the inclusion of a residential housing allocation of 3,000 homes at Popham Airfield in the Reg 18 local plan update by Basingstoke and Deane Borough Council. This new town proposal has caused great consternation among residents of my ward, particularly those in Middle Station, which adjoins the Popham Airfield site. Apart from the imposition of a large new settlement in the countryside on our boundary, the proposal includes several significant infrastructure requirements within Winchester District. What dialogue has taken place between Winchester City Council and Basingstoke and Deane Borough Council over the inclusion of Popham Airfield in their local plan update?
Councillor Porter.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Godfrey, and it's been really good to keep a dialogue going with ward councillors on this. Winchester City Council does not agree that a new development in the countryside, such as is proposed for Popham, is the most carbon or socially efficient way to build a community, and we have serious questions about whether this particular proposal is even deliverable. District councils have a duty to cooperate both before and after publication of a plan, so we were surprised to see the proposal for Popham come up in their Reg 18 plan without any consultation from BDDC to WCC, even though the proposal comes right to the Winchester district border. The challenge here is the fact that a key transport linkage falls so clearly to the Overton Road, which, as you and I know, is not the best road for mass transit of traffic, including foot and cycleways, etc. along it. It cannot be done without land take within Winchester district. The proposal also includes the use of local facilities at Winchester Station, as you said, including the station itself, rather than providing their own or linking to their own communities, which was completely unexpected and, again, not something we were consulted on. To connect to facilities in the Winchester district as the proposal, Winchester would have to agree to make allocations in that area in our own plan, which we've not done and we've no plan to do. It's a risk that a proportion of the site is considered previously developed land. So if the government forces simplistic brownfield first policy onto planning authorities without considering other factors such as connectivity, infrastructure and local facilities, we could end up with an unwanted and unsuitable speculative development with major negative impacts on our area. The Diva Society and many residents have written to me expressing their fears for the community if Popham goes ahead. I share your view on that. I'm urging local residents to express their opinion directly to the Basingstoke and Dean consultation. It's a Reg 18 consultation. Their opinions will provide useful context for our neighbouring district. And meanwhile, Winchester City Council's obvious need is to protect the landscape around the hamlet of Winchester Station too.
Supplementary, Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, the portfolio holder, for a reassuring response. Given the significant reliance of the Popham Airfield proposal on development within Winchester District, do you expect the City Council's submission to the Basingstoke Reg 18 consultation will make it clear that Winchester City Council will not support the required development around Mitchell Devastation, and that as a consequence, that proceeding with the inclusion of this development would most likely make the local plan proposal unsound, given that the calculated demand for new homes in Basingstoke does not require development of Popham Airfield?
Councillor Porter.
Thank you. As I said just now, I think we've made our position clear in my previous reply, Councillor Godfrey. I reiterate, Winchester City Council does not agree that a new development in the countryside, such as is proposed for Popham, is the most carbon or socially efficient way to build a community. And we have serious questions about this particular proposal is even deliverable. The Lib Dem Cabinet's view is that these principles for sustainable development apply not only to our district, but to others too. I cannot verify the numbers required to satisfy the needs of a neighbouring district's local plan, although I've looked at them and they seem credible. That is for them to decide, and I don't think that argument is as strong, that argument is as strong as the argument about issues of sustainability and deliverability. There are many factors that we don't have sight of, for instance, such as requests relating to the duty to cooperate from their other neighbours, for example. So we will be opposing their proposals, but we expect to be doing this on the grounds of sustainability and deliverability, rather than challenging how they've calculated their housing need.
Thank you. Councillor Warwick, next question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I wanted to ask the portfolio holder for community and engagement. Last September, I asked the City Council's leadership if the new pavilion at the King George V playing grounds could be named after former England footballer Terry Payne, MBE. Terry's name had been suggested, to be fair, by members of the Highcliffe community some years ago when the pavilion was first expected to be replaced. Terry was born in Winchester in 1939, grew up and played football in the Highcliffe area before representing Winchester City and then Southampton football clubs. Terry was a member of the 1966 World Cup winning squad and is not just a football legend. He's arguably the most famous footballer to come from Winchester, and also is a truly respected member of the local community. I wondered if there had been any progress had been made on this decision. Thank you.
Councillor Becker.
Jumping the gun there. Thank you very much, Councillor Warwick, for the question. As I mentioned before, I visited the new pavilion again on Monday. It is a beautiful building. It sits seamlessly in its environment, and it will offer the community an amazing new facility and home for women's and girls football and for cricket. It is on track for completion soon. And we are aware of the suggestion of of Terry's name to be represented in the pavilion, and his name is certainly still in the mix. But there are other partners in the KGV project, representatives from whom will also sit on a community steering group, which is a requirement from the Football Foundation funding. And they will also have an interest in the naming of the pavilion and the function room as well, which is, as I say, an amazing space. These partners include Winchester City Flyers Football Club, Compton and Chandler's Ford Cricket Club, Hampshire Girls Youth Football League, Hampshire FA, Hampshire Cricket Board, the Highcliffe Community Forum, and of course the Football Foundation, which was a major funding partner for the pavilion. The first meeting of that group will take place in early March, and one of the first matters that we will be discussing is the naming of the pavilion. So it's only right that we take the views of the community group into account when we take that decision.
Any supplementary, Councillor Warren?
No, thank you. You've answered my supplementary, which was to explain the timeline, because there are not many members of the 1966 World Cup squad still alive, so that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 4, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hampshire County Council are consulting on closing the Bishop's Waltham Alresford tips, or household waste recycling facilities as they're properly called. How is it likely to affect fly tipping, and what action is planned to address potential increases that blight our rural communities?
Thank you. I believe Councillor Cutler, are you going to take this one?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Fly tipping incidents across Hampshire increased when Hampshire County Council introduced charging for do-it-yourself materials, and further increased massively across the whole county and the whole country with the closure of tips during lockdown. It seems highly likely that further closures and reduced opening hours of Hampshire waste recycling centres would add to the likelihood of an increased fly tipping across Hampshire. We in the Winchester district suffered from an increase in fly tip incidents at a similar rate to our neighbouring authorities between 2020 and 22, which is why we put in place a change to our strategy, employing a dedicated fly tipping officer with experience of evidence gathering and prosecution. This, along with the use of cameras and improved signage and hotspots, has resulted in a 40% reduction in the number of incidents in 22-23. This reduction was the 5th highest in the country, and by far the largest reduction in Hampshire. Our comparable neighbouring authorities, Test Valley and East Hants, showed an increase of 38% and 41% respectively. This vindicates our approach of evidence gathering, interviews under caution and prosecution. Unfortunately, it takes up to 2 years to reach the courts, but in recent months we've had 3 successful prosecutions resulting in substantial fines and, possibly more importantly, criminal records for the perpetrators. These were all for offences committed in 2022. We believe this approach is more effective than the use of fixed penalty notices. Unfortunately, DEFRA is using the number of fixed penalty notices as the main KPI for measuring success, which doesn't seem to be borne out by our results. And this has certainly resulted in some opportunistic and misleading attacks on our highly effective approach. Obviously, we'd like to see no fly tipping, and we will continue to work, as we mentioned earlier, to improve not only the prosecution and deterrence effect, but also to speed up the clear-up rate.
Any supplementary, Councillor Williams?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just a short supplementary. It's mainly regarding a leaflet I received saying that fly tipping was out of control and that we were doing very little on just issuing 1 FBN. So I was just wondering if the council committed to prosecuting fly tippers, as this is the real deterrent in giving a criminal record for them fly tipping in the future.
Councillor Cutler?
As I said in my initial answer, our policy is evidence gathering, interviews under caution, and prosecution. And in fact, the fly tipping officer is quite clear that the interviews under caution has a significant deterrent effect, even before prosecutions take place. We have a number of further prosecutions in the pipeline, but as I said, the courts are taking a while. But it appears that by taking that approach, we you know, we've affected this huge reduction in comparison with our neighbours. It's just unfortunate that DEFRA are using fixed penalty notices as their KPI. And as I say, there are those who have put out misleading information in regard to this.
Thank you. Question 5, Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a result of climate change, extreme weather events are becoming more frequent. In fact, the latest data shows that since 1980, the number of extreme weather events around the world have increased more than threefold. In the UK, this is reflected in hotter summers and more intense rainfall, especially in winters, such as we experienced in Winchester just last month. Climate change is already being considered in planning for national infrastructure projects. For example, the new M3 Junction 9 project is considering average temperature changes of up to 5 degrees centigrade by the end of the century, plus modelling on the effects of more extreme rainfall. In contrast, consideration of the impact of climate change to local authority planning approvals appears to have been limited to date. And when the Winchester district was hit by flooding last month, it was reported that some of the flooding occurred in newly built homes. In order to mitigate the risks of problems now and in the future, please can you confirm what authority we have as the local planning authority to seek higher standards of climate resilience in planning applications?
Councillor Porter.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your question, Councillor Wallace. Thank you as well for joining our recent member briefing on this subject. It's really useful for members to understand the complexity of the domestic water cycle as we have it, and our reliance on private water companies who provide water and manage wastewater, and Hampshire County Council as the flood authority. And many of all of us, and who joined in that meeting and online the other day, have been doing our absolute best to stand up for residents on this problem, and you've been doing a fantastic job on that, so thank you. And I think that that message got through to Southern Water at our meeting the other night. Winchester City Council routinely seeks consultation responses for planning applications from the Flood Authority, Hampshire County Council, and the feasibility of connections to Southern Water sewers and drainage systems, as well as ecology, highways, heritage, etc. The new local plan includes a specific chapter on managing the impacts of climate change. The material significance of the plan's new policies will grow as for the current applications as local plan timetable progresses. So as we get closer to Reg 19 and on from that, the materiality of that local plan counts. Policy CN1 sets standards for mitigating and adapting to climate change, including water management. CN2 is the energy hierarchy. CN3 is the energy efficiency to reduce our carbon emissions. CN4 is the water efficiency standard in new developments. And D9 tackles overheating of homes, all to do with our changing climate. You'll know that CN3 includes the LETI energy standards, and we've all had some briefings on that. These are the most demanding possible standards for energy efficiency and vital for achieving carbon neutrality. The government has confused matters recently with an announcement about using TERs, target emission rates, instead. We're one of the leading authorities working with the Town and Country Planning Association to challenge that announcement and ensure that we can have the strongest possible environmental standards in our local plan, which will certainly help our current applications as they go through.
Supplementary, Councillor Wallace.
Yes, thank you. I'm just thinking through the answer. As you may be aware, in January, an interim report of the London Climate Resilience Review was published on London's preparations for climate change. The report found that London is underprepared. Climate hazards are increasing in severity and frequency, and London faces significant risks, including more intense and frequent heat waves, more intense rainfall, the risk of flash flooding and sea level rise. Whilst a similar review has not been performed in Hampshire, it's clear that we will face similar challenges. The world breached the 1.5 degrees centigrade limit last year, and since November there have been several days when the global surface temperatures have been more than 2 degrees higher. The last thing any of us want is to approve new homes that succumb to flooding. So it's important that we get ahead of the curve on climate adaptation. You've laid out some of the ideas that are in the new local plan, but where do you see the risks? Obviously, we've already got under the current system, we're already seeing on occasions reports of new houses flooding. So under the whilst hopefully some of the steps that have been taken in the new local plan will hopefully address some of that, where do you see the risks?
Councillor Porter.
Thank you. In my experience, actually, the greatest risk is for listed properties, and they are the ones who often are the subject of really quite serious problems afterwards because they can't easily be repaired. I don't know personally of any brand new properties that have been flooded, but if you do know some, please let us know, and we'll pursue that. The other point is that the changing climate has been these sudden downpours, and the water companies have themselves said that we need to build developments on spongy developments, was the way it was described to us. And that is something where we are seeing in new developments where really good sustainable urban drainage systems are set up, that actually the water does act, or those drainage systems act like a sponge, and they actually work better than some of the older developments where we don't have that sponginess. The other point I was going to raise is that the overheating of homes is something where our environmental health team are very aware of. They are very conscious that ventilation of homes has to be good, and it has to be through ventilation so that we're not relying on air conditioning, that sort of thing. So I think that we are taking every effort, and we're making every effort to, one, appraise members of the issues about water in all its forms, so that all members are up to date and know what the possibility is, and also can talk and advocate for the members of the public. We are also very conscious that old properties have systems which were designed before climate change was even thought about. And there's a certain amount of adaptation that will have to be done for those as well, probably by the owners of those homes. And we need to help them understand that. Just as we've helped the council house owners understand what that means for them, we need to probably help other owners see how we can help them to understand. And my final comment is really not to be afraid of development if it can bring real value to some of that sponginess and some of that support. If we can get those developments right, get the buildings built properly and the developments built right, then actually it should improve that lifestyle of those people, rather than actually thinking that automatically all development is bad, because in many cases they have made very, very great improvements to that piece of land and the water that comes off it.
Thank you. Question 6, Councillor Cremotion.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was really pleased to hear earlier in the evening the leader refer to the role of this administration in unlocking the site for the new GP centre in Upper Brook Street. When is the new GP centre going to open?
Thank you for your question. If you look at the hoarding around the site, it says it's going to open, it says they will finish construction in August 2024. And we checked with them today, and the hoarding is right. It will take a few weeks after that to finish the building and relocate the surgery, but our full expectation is that we'll be open in the fourth quarter of this calendar year.
Supplementary?
And are you able to enlighten us all about what new extended services will be available and the extra capacity?
No. But I do know that they are trying to engage with a more modern model of, one of the advantages of the new surgery is that they are able to bring in a lot of ancillary services to sit alongside, which means that people who use the St Clement's surgery will have, I believe, access to more for services and certainly in better facilities than they did before.
Question 7, Councillor Lee, you have 1 minute and 26 seconds. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. That's exactly. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The challenge to go greener faster. Sorry, beg your pardon.
Madam Mayor, you do have the option of extending the time period for questions. Given we're only up to question 6, may I ask you to consider extending the time period for questions?
May I say to you, No. Sorry, I'm doing 40 minutes. I'm going to do Councillor Lee, and that will probably be the last one, but I will add a little bit. I'll let you do your question, Councillor Lee. Of course I will.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The challenge is to go greener faster, scale up actions, increase pace of delivery, and consider the impact on nature's recovery in all strategic plans, policy areas, and decision-making processes have been well recognised in our council plan, our carbon neutrality action plan, our nature emergency declaration, and the emerging new local plan. The council plan says we will continue to listen and adjust our plans over the lifetime of the plans. New critical changes have emerged in the last 5 months, signalling an urgent need to adjust our plans sooner rather than later. Some of these signals are the Nature Emergency Declaration in September is already out of date, following the new State of Nature report. You just heard from Councillor Wallace, the revelation that the planet's hottest year has just been recorded. For the first time, new records show global warming has exceeded 1.5 degrees C across the entire year, an entire year. What is the significance of the 1.5 degrees C? This temperature target is crucial to mitigate the most damaging impacts of climate change, and I won't repeat the list of impacts which are in my question, but I will emphasize the need for adaptation action to the rapid changing climate conditions with higher threats to our infrastructure and our nature. The prolonged breach of the 1.5 degree limit directly threatens all of us and our biodiversity. And we need to move away from our self-congratulatory celebrations based on the Climate Emergency UK assessment that Winchester is 4th in a league table on climate action progress. Of course, that's praiseworthy, but we need to commit to faster action by starting a review now to reflect these challenges. So my question is, can I ask for a commitment to consider a full review of all our strategic plans, policy areas and decision-making processes as soon as possible, and as not previously suggested, some future date in due course in the future? Thank you.
Councillor Loney. Councillor Todd's coming in.
This is one because it covers all areas of the council. Thank you very much indeed for this question, which I much appreciated, and for highlighting the need for urgency of action to tackle the climate emergency. Indeed, as the county councillors will know, I tried and failed earlier today in this very room to try and get an acceleration of the programme that Hampshire is currently working on. I would say, however, you're about a year too late with this question. It's a very, very good question. And the reason I say that is it's because it's the one I asked as soon as I became leader in May 2022. And that's what led to Greener Faster being adopted as an area of focus by full council in January 2023. It wasn't actually in the council plan in that form until then, although we had the commitment to tackle the climate emergency. All parts of the council were asked to review their plans to deliver this and are now working to deliver the plans that resulted. So while I recognise the international situation has changed, as you highlight, and I share your concern at the 1.5 degrees, which is horrifying, you know, in the nature of the Paris Agreement saying that that was a target that we were going to try and keep the world under, and here we are. Our urgency and our commitment to cut carbon has not. The priority right now is to execute those plans. Execution, you know, planning is hard, but also execution is hard, and it's absolutely vital that we proceed at pace. You know, we were talking earlier, for example, about retrofit, and we know we want to retrofit, and we know we want to move ahead, but actually what we need to be doing now is learning how to do it better, to get more people to sign up to it, to adjust it and develop it so that it's more effective and we get it into more homes in a way that works for more tenants. So adding in another review now before the next council plan will just slow us down. And it isn't that long until the next council plan. So the current one ends in 2025. We need to have the next one ready. We can't be complacent. My reaction when I see that we've come 4th in a national league table is to say, what can I learn from the people who came 1st, 2nd and 3rd? We're already talking with officers about what we need to do next. In terms of better embedding carbon reduction in the way the council works and thinking about how the next council plan will measure up to the carbon challenge we face. But what I don't want to do is to throw in another whole review into the process, apart other than the one that's already planned. I want us to concentrate on executing with excellence and at pace with the plans we already have.
I promise, Councillor Lee. Have you a supplementary, please?
Yeah, just a very quick one. I appreciate what you've just said, Councillor Todd. Thank you very much for that response. But you're talking about an emergency. I'm talking about a crisis here. And as has just been said and referred to, since writing this question, the global surface temperatures on the 8th of February were 2 degrees. And this was the third breach of 2 degrees since mid-November. I don't think there's time for a slow motion update to our plans in the way that you've just described. Yes, we know there are budgetary restrictions, but we do need to be more quicker and to help slow down the climate change and nature, metaphoric fires that we all recognize. And an idea which I would give to you is that how about taking consideration and looking at and adopting maybe the Cornwall Council Donut Economics Decision-Making Wheel with our Carbon Neutrality Action Plan and on nature emergency resolutions so that we can improve our decision-making. There are other options open to us which could be done in short order. So can I ask you to reconsider the delay in due course and let's not kick the crisis time bomb down the road, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
yes.
Might I make a protest at this stage?
You may, sir. Yes.
Thank you. It's basically on behalf of councillors in the future rather than myself, because I won't be here. But this change where an answer is not given to the question has basically meant the more garrulous members of the council can talk out the time. I used to be called Pearson Minutes, but now it's Todd Minutes or Porter Minutes. You're all doing it. Yes, I know. I fully understand, Martin, no protest. But because no answer is there, no, are you saying that all of these answers given by members of the Cabinet to these questions are actually going to be put into print? Because frankly, the time will show.
Yes.
If the answers were there, it would reduce the length of time of these questions. It would probably be helpful with the supplementaries. Are you frightened of the supplementary? What is going on?
Am I, as Mayor, allowed to say something? And if I get my wrist slapped, then I get my wrist slapped. And I know we're on broadcast. I'm going to say it in any case. I appreciate your questions, and I know this is a new format. But there is a lot leading up before we actually get to the question. And I would ask you, is it possible to shorten the format leading up to the actual question? That's what's taking the time as well. And then that leads, as much as I love everybody, to a very long answer, which takes up more time. And then if you ask a supplementary, I ask you to be succinct. But some of you, I'm sorry, you give a great long spiel before you ask your question. So please, may I ask you, keep your questions to questions. I know you're passionate about all that you say, and I appreciate it. But a question is a question, not a 2 or 3 page lead up to the question. And if I have upset you, I apologise, but there you go. Councillor Horrell.
Madam Mayor, as you know, we've just revised the Constitution, and last time was the first time that we implemented this new approach to questions. And the leader and myself had agreed that if we didn't manage to get through the questions, we would ask you for an extension of time because this was a new way of working. Tonight, Madam Mayor, I timed it. 4 questions, 77% of the time gone. I'm not saying they're not important, but if we have that imbalance, then no one at the end of the order paper will have their questions answered. I hear you advising that you're not prepared to extend, and I'm disappointed that the leader has not kept his promise about asking you to extend the time as we learn how to do this most efficiently at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have not, and I'm sorry, been asked to extend the time by anybody. I know you did, but I mean before that Councillor Horrell is referring to. But this evening, may I say, I'm going to stop questions now. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm stopping. You have done extremely well considering it's a budget meeting, and I thank you all so very much for it. This will be my last big council to chair. What a one to go out on. Sorry about that. And I am now going to say again, thank you very much, members. But that concludes the formal business for this evening. And may I please ask the officers to end the broadcast.